few more minutes. Thanks for the patience, everyone. We're just working through translation technical issues here, so thanks. Thanks everyone for the continued patience. All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the patience. As a former IT director, I know that sometimes the way we have layered our technology is precarious. So thanks for the patience. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, March 5th. It is 9:13 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining us soon will be Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and with us as well is Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us this morning as well is our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer. He's joined by our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, our Assistant Chief Counsel, Andy Sawyer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Biba Malatik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, both with a virtual component and in person. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing the webcast through the YouTube live webcast or the Cali PA webcast. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions and a link on how to do so at the top of the agenda. But if you are having any challenges getting onto the platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the Cal EPA building. A few announcements for us here as well. If we happen to have an emergency, we will calmly file out from one of the exits here. Please go to Cesar Chavez Plaza. We will wait for the direction there. If you intend on commenting on any item today or public forum, there is a tablet or laptop on the side here to sign up, or a QR code. Once you are at the mic, please do introduce yourself, any affiliation you have. And finally, please do silence any phones that you may have so that we can have an uninterrupted discussion. Additionally, we are providing Spanish language interpretation for item number 3, which includes simultaneous broadcasting of this meeting in Spanish, and more if that adjusts before the item. But we ask all presenters, board members, and individuals providing comments to speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow the interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to both English speakers and Spanish speakers. If you speak too quickly, we may ask you to slow down or pause. For in-person participants, if you present in the meeting room and require Spanish interpretation, please raise your hand and a headset will be provided. For Zoom participants to listen or comment in English or Spanish, you can select the interpretation channel by selecting the globe icon in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen and choose either English or Spanish. For Zoom participants to display the presentation in English or Spanish, there is a view options at the top of your screen, and from there you can select English or Spanish language presentations. With that, we can now move to public forum. And I believe the first public forum commenter we have before us this morning is Mayor Saul Ayon from the city of McFarland. Mayor. And that mic is likely cold, so you may need to turn it on. So there's a button there at the top. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Honorable Chair, is there any way we discuss where I could have more than maybe 5 minutes?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the State Water Resource Control Board, fellow citizens, and esteemed guests, my name is Saul Ayon, Mayor of the City of McFarland. I would like to draw to your attention a critical matter that underscores the gravity of our situation in McFarland. We'll begin by playing a clip of the recent news story. This segment inaccurately claims that our city has been knowingly pumping nitrates into our water system for the past 6 months. The narrative is not only false, but dangerously misleading, casting unwarranted doubt on the integrity of our city management efforts. Madam Clerk, can you play the video clip, please?
Yeah, sorry, one moment. It looks like the audio wasn't coming through. It looks like it may be muted. Yeah. Unfortunately, still not coming through. Well, Mayor, as we work on that to get the video playing, if you did want to move forward a bit, apologies, and we can make sure and play that here once it's coming up.
Okay.
Or let me look to my clerk 1 second.
Concern for babies. The city of McFarland has the maximum contaminant level of nitrate in its water, something residents have experienced for 6 months. Residents just received this notice. It's the same notice they got back in August.
It's really scary because basically sometimes some people, they drink their water directly over there from their houses. We have children, so it's going to be something that we are worried about.
High levels of nitrate can cause methaemoglobinemia, also called blue baby syndrome. This affects how red blood cells deliver oxygen. Babies under 6 months old and pregnant women are at most risk of falling ill. Some residents were afraid to talk on camera because they feared retaliation from city officials. They explained the notice is usually delivered with their water bill, which has also increased over the past months, and now have to purchase bottled water for their day-to-day activities.
They should provide us the water that we are paying for. This is like an option that should not be on the list. We are paying for water. The bill is increased now, and we should get the water that we should deserve.
Camargo thinks the city should be more proactive with communication to residents.
This is something that we should talk about directly with the city and ask them what's going on, why all these chemicals are in the water. I think that it should be priority.
Camargo says her hair has changed in the past months. If you consume this water, watch out for signs of high exposure like skin, nails, lips, even the white of your eyes looking more blue or purple. We contacted the city of McFarland but did not hear back. Cecilia Trevino, 17 News.
Thank you. Let me be clear, this narrative is not only misleading, it's wrong. I want to be clear. Since October 1st, we shut down those wells. We identified the high levels of nitrate, and it's been offline. Our swift action to shut down this well upon discovering the nitrate issue underscores the unwavering commitment to the health and safety of our residents. However, despite our proactive measures, we are not free from the constraints of reality. During peak demand periods upcoming, the summer months coming up, in the event of an emergency, such a major fire or one of our wells shuts down, we're going to have to reopen that well. So the difficult position, we have no choice to reactivate that well that meets essential pressure demands. In addition to the addressing these, we are also required by the store board of sending these monthly notices, all residents about high levels of nitrates in the well. While we value transparency, this mandate has unfortunately cast a doubt on the integrity of our entire water system. This, combined with the spread of misinformation, has escalated the concerns with our community. So if you put yourself in my position, everywhere I go, church, the stores, anywhere, and I'm also an educator for the high school, everybody's telling me, are you guys giving us dirty water? Went to my nephew's party in Visalia, and gentleman recognized me in Chuck E. Cheese, and he's like, I know you. And I'm like, oh, no, it's my twin. But he goes, you guys are, my so-and-so lives in McFarland. Are you guys giving dirty water? And just because of that story, I had to go back to all the news stations and say, no, that was inaccurate information. So I was obviously confronted with our water safety. The city will be submitting for an urgent water grant application for the installation of a temporary treatment facility at the Brownie Road well. Yet, let me be clear, it's not an urgency, it's an emergency that we have. The initiative is critical by reducing nitrate levels to acceptable standards as we approach the high demands for the summer months. Despite our diligent efforts and commitment to addressing these challenges, our journey has been met with setbacks, notably our removal from the expedited grant program. This decision not only delays our progress, but also deepens the crisis of confidence among our residents, affecting our community well-being. Our exhaustive exploration of solutions by attempting to use our retired wells and considering conversion of agriculture wells highlighted our dedication to securing substantial water supply. Yet we face significant financial obstacles that hinder our progress. I stand before you to appeal for reconsideration of our expedited grant program status, to ask for your support in restoring trust, confidence in our water system. The health and safety of McFarland residents are of paramount importance, and we must collectively address the challenges that threaten our community well-being. I urge the State Water Resource Control Board, our state and federal representatives, and all stakeholders to join in this critical mission. Your support is essential as we navigate these complex issues and strive for a resolution that guarantees safety and prosperity in McFarland. Thank you for your understanding, your support, and your dedication to the health and safety of our residents.
Thank you for yours, Mayor. I really appreciate you coming before the board here. I know these challenges are not unique to McFarland when it comes to what are sometimes your years of needing to make sure we're keeping up with the investment of a system. And I want to thank you for coming to the board. I know it was a 123 TCP application that was at first being considered for that expedited grant program. Because it was pulled out from that doesn't mean that it is not an emergency or an urgent need that we acknowledge in McFarland. But to your point, there are nitrates as well that likely will also need to be addressed. As I understand, there's an existing arsenic treatment plant. I think what we want to make sure is, as we go to you and you with your leadership, we comprehensively address the issues before McFarland. So I think that's why you saw definitely a bit of a pullback, because it wasn't just an application for 123 TCP that was needed. There are these other parts of the system, and we're here to be partners across it. And I want to just acknowledge that it was your leadership that came to the board with an application to begin with, and what we've been able to do now. And I think what we really need is some good technical assistance, which provides a fuller application that will address all the needs, instead of trying to pursue one solution on 123 TCP, say another for nitrate, and then the existing arsenic treatment plant as well.
I completely understand, and we appreciate the efforts as far as the long-term solution. But what we need is the short-term solution, because come the summer months, in order to have that potable water and have a treatment for the nitrate, and just because right now we only have 2 working wells when we should actually have 5. And if we shut down that one well, like I said earlier, we're going to have to open up that Brownie Road well. But if we have at least a treatment for the summer or for the next until where the funding comes in, then I think it shows our residents that, hey, we're trying to be proactive. We're trying to get this issue fixed before we have an emergency. So, but thank you. But I'm here all day. So
no, thank you. Well, and actually, I know we have here Darren Polhamus, the head of our Division of Drinking Water. So please do connect with him and further just here during the meeting. And I know we have further commenters from the city of McFarland, so glad to continue to hear, what are the concerns from the community.
Thank you. I appreciate all your work.
Thank you as well, Mayor. Next, I'd like to call up Jim White from the city of McFarland, who'll be followed by Dario Diaz.
Good morning, Water Board.
Morning.
I'm a longtime resident from McFarland. I've been here since 1964. I've seen a lot of changes in our city. One important change right now is the water. The water is bad in one well. I can vouch for the the mayor. I received the same letters that everybody in the city received, and it said that the well is shut down. But yet the news came out and reported it in a different way. I've been connected with the city. I taught 40 years here. You might have seen the McFarland USA movie, and that connects me to the movie again and to the city. So that's neither here nor there, but it is important, and it's urgent that we do something as quick as we can. We appreciate any help that the Water Board can give us. I will speak a little bit on the past leadership. Our past leadership didn't take an effort to get us more than 3 wells. Unfortunately, we do, and we have growth from 4,000 when I came to population to about 16,000 now. So we do have a great need for more water wells, not just fixing the one, but we need more than that. So we do appreciate any help that you can give our city. We are on the move. We have annexed probably over, I know one annexation went 2,200 acres, and we've had 2 other annexations just passed through the city. So we have growth. Unfortunately, most of that growth is going into housing because we don't have enough water to get into commercial. And so that's what we're looking for, long-time growth, but immediate right now. And we need your help, gentlemen. Thank you for listening, and we'll go to the next speaker.
Thank you for your time this morning, Mr. White. Next, I'd like to call up Dario Diaz, who will be followed by Aaron Resendez.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dario Diaz. I'm the principal of McFarland High School Early College. Around 35 years ago, Mr. White pulled me from my 7th grade class, and he said, "Hey, would you like to run?" And being from McFarland all my life, I have 5 older brothers and 1 sister, and they were already runners. He pulled me out, and he said, "Hey, I think you can run." And I told him I wanted to play football, and I wanted to wrestle. He convinced me that running is the best way to understand how to win in life. And so he convinced me. I ran, and in championships later, Mr. White continued to share with me the idea of being in the best position to help the community and not only your families but yourself win. And so I went into education. I taught 13 years, and the last 10 years I've been in administration. The reason why I mention all that, just to offer some context about why I'm here. Mr. White is very humble, and I mean, when Kevin Costner is playing you, it's a big deal, right? To him, he's like, not here nor there. No, it's here and there. It's a very big deal. It's a big deal to our city, and let me tell you why. Because we don't have a movie theater. We just got a stoplight, by the way. We got our first stoplight. What we're surrounded by are fields, and my family says, listen, I hated the summers. I hated the winters. I hated the spring breaks, fog delays, all these President's Days. For some reason, we have to be off. I hated those growing up in school because when I wasn't in school, I was in the fields with my brothers. And so every time, You would call 792 Mr. Fog, and they told us there was fog delay that morning. My mom would get us out of the bed, and she'd go and put us out in the field. Let me tell you that nothing has changed. That was 35 years ago, and McFarland is still the same. And so the struggles that I dealt with as a kid, the kids are still dealing with now. The reason why I'm here is because I want to provide context from a school standpoint, from a district standpoint. The Superintendent Resendez will follow, but let me assure you that when there aren't recreational housing, when there isn't much to do in the city, you know what we do? We provide outdoor activities. And that's what we do. So we're already in full bloom with the spring. The summer is coming. We have summer sessions. Our kids run. Mr. White, this was a long time ago, ladies and gentlemen. He would tell us that the only way that you can be good and peak at the right time was to have a strong base. And what that means is he would go like this. He would say the larger your base, meaning if you have more miles during the off season, then the higher your peak. And so he would make us and force us to understand that running long distance in the spring and in the summers, that would get us to win and to run fast on championship day. So that philosophy is still true today. A lot of our kids are out there running, and so I'm here because I have a genuine fear that when you don't have the amount of water, or the water isn't where it needs to be at its potency or at its functionality, then I know that we are in dire straits. And so this morning, I just want to join Mayor Yon and Mr. White in pleading for our urgency that our kids don't have much, but I think clean water and sufficient water would be an expectation that I think that you would agree with we should have. And so I just appreciate your time. Any questions you may have for me, I'll be here. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Diaz. Really appreciate you sharing your story and the community here, and agree with the urgency. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Superintendent Resendez. And you should be invited to unmute. There we are.
Okay, there we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to express my gratitude to the State Water Resources Control Board for giving me the opportunity to voice my concerns on this critical infrastructure project. My name is Aaron Resendez, and I serve as a superintendent for the McFarland Unified School District, a role I've served in for the last 7 years. I'm addressing this distinguished body today as a spokesperson for my community. The McFarland Unified School District serves approximately 3,400 students from grades TK, which would be 4.5-year-olds, all the way up to 12th grade. Our 3 elementary schools, junior high school, and comprehensive high school offer our community's children a wide range of opportunities to grow, learn, and develop as individuals and citizens. We take immense pride in our students. It's interesting to me that you can go 30 days without food, but you can only survive 30 days without water. The safe water scarcity in McFarland has reached the metaphorical day 2. And without your help, I'm afraid our kids and our community will find themselves in day 3. Our children and our community deserve fair access to clean, safe water, and they should not be burdened with overwhelming generational public debt to secure it. I sincerely hope that this board acknowledges our community's desperate water needs and approves the City of McFarland's application to undertake the much-needed water infrastructure project before you today. I appreciate your time and your attention. I also want to comment with respect to the media piece that Mayor Ione shared as part of his presentation and comments. There was a portion of that suggested that there was a lack of communication, and I want to speak to that directly. The City of McFarland has been very transparent, very communicative, not just with the citizenry, but with the public agencies here within the City of McFarland. In fact, the school district took the information and all of the publications that were provided by the City of McFarland, and we shared that with all of our staff, all of our parents. We believe in communicating in concentric circles. We began with our staff and went out from there to our schools and to our parents, the parents that we serve. And so that, again, just to highlight some of the inaccuracies that have shed or attempted to share McFarland in a poor light. And again, I wanted to make sure that that this board knew that the current administration, who by the way is working very, very diligently to remedy generational issues that have plagued this community for many, many years that frankly should have been addressed decades ago. Again, I wanted to acknowledge their work, and in particular, the mayor, who's been very, very committed to the needs of this community. I also am at your disposal should you have any questions or concerns, or if I can answer anything. Chairman Esquivel, please just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning. As the son of educators, know really how hard your work is and appreciate the nexus here between our healthy communities and access to water and your advocacy for that. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Bella Fernandez.
Okay. Hi.
Good morning.
My name is Emily Fernandez, and I'm currently a senior at McFarland High School Early College. I'm an active member in my community, which is why the current situation with our water is such a big concern of mine. The people of McFarland are showering with this water, drinking this water, and cooking with this water. Currently, almost all of my family members reside in McFarland, including my grandparents and infant nieces and nephews. In order to keep them safe, we need to fix this water in order to guarantee the safety of my family and all residents of McFarland. Moreover, along with many other student athletes, we are constantly refilling our water bottles with this water throughout practice and throughout the school day. In school, I'm constantly seeing teachers and students drinking water, refilling their water bottles before class and during break. Students are going to start to worry more about their health and question the safety that their school is providing. My classmates are bright students who have goals they wish to accomplish. Don't let such a basic necessity be the main concern of their worries. We have students who are working in the fields during summers who need water more than ever. To conclude, if we can reinstall this grant program, me and all students can drink water that won't put our health at risk. Students of McFarland are the future, not only for our community, but for all of California. Don't let water be the reason why our great future ahead starts to fade. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Really appreciate you raising your voice, being here before the board on this issue, and your work in your school with your fellow students and community members here. It really means a lot to hear your voice. Thank you. I really appreciate, again, the mayor and speakers here from McFarland. I know that there is ongoing work and discussion, and look forward to hearing from the Division of Drinking Water and Division of Financial Assistance some of the follow-up that's been going on. I know part of the work that is going on is providing technical assistance to make sure that yes, and agree, Mayor, I think that there are priorities certainly amongst the work that needs to be done in McFarland, but that we really do approach it in a comprehensive way. And then, it is difficult when we encounter generations of really sometimes disinvestment, or other times just, not having the resources to invest into this. So glad that we're here to be partners, and really appreciate you raising your voice here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to move on to, please, Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. I just also wanted to echo that. Just thank you to the leaders that traveled up here and took time out of their day to speak to us. I think it's exactly your leadership that's inspiring and going to make a difference for your community and really for our state. And I just couldn't, I want to just emphasize that what you should hear today from us is a commitment to work with you to resolve this as urgently as possible. And just because technically a prior application got diverted from a specific grant opportunity, because we're looking for a more comprehensive solution, doesn't mean that that changes. It actually really is a reflection of our strengthened and I think full commitment to try to make sure that McFarland has safe water and a lasting solution as quickly as possible. So just please continue working with us. Take this as I think encouragement and affirmation that we share that priority and that we'll be working with you. And thanks again for all of your leadership. The only way that these things move is because of local leadership making it happen. We can just be a partner in that, and we will. And then, I also will just say, as somebody that's very familiar with McFarland and nitrate contamination in particular, the fact that there are, many decades of fields and confined animal feeding operations and other nitrate sources nearby means that the agricultural community really should be a part of the solutions here as well. And the CV Salts program through the Central Valley Regional Board is one that I just encourage us to also connect to this effort. I think all of us want to see, share the priority that communities like McFarland and the folks that work in fields have access to safe drinking water every day, and the agriculture is part of those solutions as well. So anyway, appreciate the efforts and thank you for participating today.
You're here. Thank you for that, board member. Really appreciate the comments and very supportive. Next, I'd like to call up now Bob Gore, who will be followed by Fred Bionis, Becky Steinbrunner, Cody Phillips, and our last commenter in public forum is Regina Chicazola. Good morning, Mr. Gore.
Good morning, board members, Mr. Chair. Remember when the highest check in the room was a sophisticated sound system? Enabling virtuality is great, but sometimes it takes some patience. Hi, I'm Bob Gore from the Gualco Group here this morning on behalf of Modesto Irrigation, Kings River, Kern County Water, and the California Association of Wine Grape Growers. The actor Mandy Patinkin once said, and I've taken this to heart, I listen hard for opportunities. So the last couple of weeks, I've been listening hard to some of my friends who are in water districts and they play in the dirt, and other people who are on the regulated side of the friend spectrum. And it's become apparent in listening, there is an opportunity for all of us to consider restructuring the ILRP Ag Lands program. And in preparing for our fee workshops that begin on Thursday, it adds a bit of impetus. And that opportunity is this factoid, just one of many. Kings River, with its 1.2 million acres and 18 irrigation districts, 4,000 farms, had about 850,000 irrigated acres. That's now down to less than 700,000. That's as of October. So as you can see, ILRP is built on a diminishing revenue source, and there's no choice. Adjustments have to be made, but they can be very creative. And part of the opportunity may be incorporating, we get back to the beginning, technology, because as we know, CDFA is working on that pioneering application permit portal, and their first permits may well be ag lands. So there's a mix in there, a lot of opportunity, and I hope we can work together on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Agree, a lot of opportunity. Look forward. I know what are ongoing right now are those fee-paired discussions, and so yeah, looking forward to what I know will be a lot of engagement there. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Fred Briones.
Hi, hello, thank you. My name is Fred Briones, tribal member at the Big Valley Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians and CEO of Native American Fiber Program. I just wanted to say thank you today. I have some good words. Especially, I had a presentation that I was going to do, but I withdraw the presentation, the PowerPoint for next meeting to include tribal members, tribal youth, so that we can have more time to present, to show the timeline of how the state and how the federal government has treated Native Americans in this water. And I just want to take the time to just thank the governor for this opportunity, for this racial equity, social injustice, for a platform such as this so that we could speak because before in the past, this was not available. And this is, I think, the third meeting that really I've only been to. So these opportunities, I have to just take the moment just to thank the governor of what he has done for Indian communities. He has taken down dams for the support of the salmon. He's supported the Clear Lake Hitch, listed it on the endangered state endangered species list. He's given us free tuition at the UC system. He's also given back a 700-acre state park, a co-management agreement with my tribe. So it's very important to acknowledge him as what he is doing as the governor of this present day. And I know that we need to keep him in there because he will do so much more for us that any other governor has ever done for the tribes here in California. It really shows that he listens to us and he cares about us and he's working with us. So I just want to take my time right now to thank him, thank the governor for what he is doing, especially you, Mr. E. Joaquin, Sean, Laurel, and Nicole. Thank you, and we will see you again. Thank you.
Good to hear from you again, Mr. Briones. I appreciate the comments here in public forum and look forward to, I know, continuing to work with you, the tribes on, as you've said and have said before this board, and appreciate that the governor himself has acknowledged just a brutal history that we're all here to reconcile and be able to move forward from. So, and we can't do that without honest discussion around it all. So thank you, Mr. Briones. I appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Becky Steinbrunner, who will be followed by Cody Phillips, and I believe our last commenter is Regina Chicazola.
Hello, this is Becky Steinbrunner. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I want to talk with you about my concerns and those of many others in my community about the Pure Water SoCal project. Lead agency is SoCal Creek Water District in Santa Cruz County. We are very concerned about the lack of information that is being given to us and also to the state regarding this project that the state has funded with some grant money. The Santa Cruz Mid-County Groundwater Agency did receive a $7.6 million grant in 2022 from your agency to, in part, fund a water optimization analysis that will show that the Pure Water SoCal project will benefit the Mid-County Basin. The district, who is working in tandem with the City of Santa Cruz Water Department to do this work, has withheld this report. It was supposed to be on the SoCal Creek Water District board meeting last month. It was rescheduled to the board meeting tonight. It is not on their agenda, nor is it on their agenda calendar for April or May. This project is an experiment. The injection wells, the 3 injection wells, are not even located in the areas where the SoCal Creek Water District is saying there is saltwater intrusion. That area is down further south, very close to the ag wells in the Pajaro Basin, and that is what is causing the seawater intrusion. However, the 3 monitoring wells that the SoCal Creek Water District continually points to as proof of seawater intrusion were actually drilled in the 1980s by Ludorf and Skalmanini at the request and payment of SoCal Creek Water District to establish the location of the saltwater freshwater interface. So, of course, it will always show chloride there. That was the intention in 1980 to establish the location. On December 14th, before the Mid-County Groundwater Agency, Ms. Georgina King from Montgomery and Associates, the consultants being hired by SoCal Creek Water District and the Mid-County Groundwater Agency to help with modeling and monitoring and submitting groundwater sustainability plans. Ms. Georgina King said, quote, The basin is doing pretty well, end quote. And that has been disputed by leadership of Soquel Creek Water District, but the recordings on the Mid-County Groundwater Basin website are clear. She said that. The basin is doing pretty well. So the customers are very concerned about the injection of water that will degrade the aquifer. The final anti-degradation analysis was not submitted to the state until March of 2023. The EIR was certified in December of 2018 with very little information because they were rushing headlong into the project in order to qualify for your $50 million Prop 1 grant. That was the whole impetus. Now with more information, they're finding out the source water from Santa Cruz City's wastewater treatment plant is much dirtier than they thought. And so the project has been changed in a major way twice with addendums, not allowing public comment, not having any public hearings. And the cost of the system has gone up from 60 million estimated in 2019 to almost 200 million. The problem here is that there's no proof that this project is going to accomplish what has been promised. The problem here is that according to the final anti-degradation analysis issued in March of 2023, injection of this treated wastewater will, I repeat, will degrade the quality, the very high quality of the water of the Purisma aquifer by injecting 1.67 milligrams per liter of nitrate. That's half of what initially the report said, but with no justification as to how that number was reduced with any change in the treatment train. It will also inject 33 milligrams per liter of chloride. Now, you've heard a lot of talk from people in McFarland this morning about nitrate. Well, we're worried about that too. And I do not see any reason why this project should be allowed to inject water that is known to degrade the high quality waters of the Purisma aquifer. Nitrate will affect children and fetuses at lower levels. And no one wants to see this contamination go forward in the very high water quality waters of the Purisma aquifer. We are worried about the unregulated TECs and things that cannot be tested for. And we have had doctors tell us, do not drink the water if that happens, if this injection project goes through. Again, there's no data
Thank you, Ms.
there's
Apologies,
no
Ms.
data
Steinbrenner.
to show that. Yes?
If you don't mind wrapping up your comment, you've gone past your 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a clock here. Thank
okay.
you. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Please do not permit the injection wells. We would prefer to see the Soquel Creek Water District partner with the City of Santa Cruz for aquifer storage recovery, injecting potable water when it is available in wet years. And thank you very much. Please do not allow them to inject treated sewage water into our groundwater.
Thank you, Ms. Steinbrenner. I appreciate you elevating your concerns here to the board, and certainly I'll be following up with our folks and some of your questions here. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call Cody Phillips, who will be followed by Regina Chicazola. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the staff attorney with California Coastkeeper Alliance and one of the co-petitioners on the Shasta petition to set long-term flows in the Shasta watershed. Today, I'd like to use this public forum as an opportunity to respond to your denial of that petition and to request your commitment to action. As you are aware, our petition was denied for 3 reasons. First, your ongoing work in the watershed. Second, your uncertainty as to the appropriate means of addressing flows in the long term. And 3, concerning interpretation of the government code regarding these types of petitions. So to respond first to your ongoing work in the Shasta watershed, the denial stated that the board is, quote, undertaking preparatory work to potentially set long-term flows in the Shasta. This includes both the implementation of the emergency regulations, 2 of which have now expired, and prepping long-term. But I don't want to discourage and discount this ongoing work, especially the importance of these emergency regulations. They really are essential. But this work is not the development of long-term flow protections. It's, in your own words, preparing to potentially act. And at the end of this year, those emergency regulations are going to vanish with nothing ready to take their place. Board Member McGuire, at previous hearings, you described this as a fish emergency because in all but the wettest water years, these fish experience man-made drought. But the board lacks the authority to pass emergency regulations if only the fish are experiencing the drought. Even if the board were to start the long-term regulatory process today, it would still be years before anything was finalized, leaving a significant gap in protection. And while ongoing work in the Shasta implementing the emergency regulations is vital, preparing to potentially act is not the same thing as acting. Second, you stated that the board has not yet determined the best mechanism to manage flows in the Shasta watershed and listed several other potential alternatives for flow management that the board could provide. This part of the denial was pretty concerning and was actually a driving factor behind the reason why we submitted the petition in the first place. It doesn't matter how many tools you have in the toolkit if you don't use any of them. The purpose of the petition was not just to provide the board specific flow information needed for the Shasta, but to also give the board an opportunity to formally commit itself to its next step in this watershed. The board has made clear from the dais that long-term flow protections in the Shasta is a priority. In your strategic work plan, this is a priority. In your racial equity action plan, this is a priority. And in Governor Newsom's salmon strategy, this is a priority. Yet, despite all of this, board members, and by your own admission, you still don't know what you're going to do about it. In the denial, the petition stated that staff wanted to hold a public hearing by the end of 2024 to give you an update, just an update. Respectfully, I ask that you commit yourself to that hearing and put it on your calendar now. Preferably schedule it well before the end of 2024 as well, and commit to using that hearing to decide your next steps. Have staff lay out all of your options for long-term management of flows in the Shasta River, including both timelines and milestones, then pick a plan and begin. Finally, your denial of our petition rested on a very limiting interpretation of the government code, which is found in an OAL memo. And I recognize that the Office of Administrative Law deals way more with the government code than the State Water Board, but their interpretation is not binding and it is unworkable. To some, that memo stated that instead of having to schedule a hearing within 30 days of receiving a petition, the agency must hold a formal rulemaking hearing within 30 days, including the requirements to have significant stakeholder engagement and to provide a full draft of the proposed regulatory text prior to that hearing. And we don't deny that 30 days to formally begin the rulemaking process is essentially impossible, which is why this interpretation of the code is equally as impossible. This crimp view destroys the ability of the people of California to petition their government, and we have severe concerns that the Water Board is going to rely on this interpretation to unconstitutionally deny every petition put in front of you. I urge you to seriously reconsider your interpretation of this code. We are grateful for the work that the board has done over the past few years. The setting, implementing, and learning from these emergency regulations really cannot be understated. It is extraordinarily valuable, and we look forward to seeing what work the board is going to do in the future. You've laid significant groundwork here for long-term flow management, but right now the board needs a clear plan of action and a commitment to that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I appreciate it. Again, I think when you, to your point, and I think to what we try to articulate in the letter, when you look at the discussions that have happened at this dais, this petition on the Scott that late evening, the direction from this board to, yes, begin work for long-term in-stream flow. And I know it sounds like it's not as forward as it needs to be, but it's because we are still here amongst the 5 of us, to your point, needing to figure out how best we pursue a really important project before the board. And historically here have been able to do something that hasn't priorly happened, which is to be able to curtail, to be able to maintain some minimum in-stream flow. And we have seen conversations and development that are really encouraging. And so I think what we have committed is to have that discussion here before the board. The reality is that we have, as we know right now, emergency curtailments that are in place, that the board will have to make some determination how we look to the long term. And I think that there is an opportunity to make sure we follow through with that. And most of the response that you heard from us in the denial of the petition, again, is not a denial in the policy direction that I think we're all very much moving toward. It is just, to your point, an OAL memo interpretation at this moment that does really seem to hamstring this provision. And I think there is room for discussion even on that, but certainly not going to resolve it at the dais at this moment, but did want to just reiterate what we did say in the letter and commit to what is, I feel, a very clear policy direction from the dais to begin developing the work that allows us to do and here settle on some long-term direction. So thank you, Mr. Phillips. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicasola.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you for listening to me today and allowing such a robust public comment this morning. I've learned a lot, and I think it's really important that we have the chance to address this board. On that, I don't want to repeat Cody. I do think it's telling that some of us came here to talk about the Racial Equity Action Plan today. And we're also addressing the fact that we had a denial on a petition based on an interpretation of law that pretty much takes away our power as the public. Being able to petition this board is one of the most important ways that we can get things in front of this board. And the board's responsibility is to protect the public and the public's resources. Water is something that is a public resource. And so I just urge the board as much as possible to figure a solution out to this issue. Because I've seen with the at least staff of the water board, and I'm not saying the board itself, a similar thing happened with the 401 certifications, where there was a law that came forward that said that if a decision in court that said if 401 certifications couldn't happen within a year, that they couldn't happen at all. And instead of trying to, and I think now that this issue is something that has been addressed, but and for years, instead of trying to figure out a way to deal with this court ruling, and because obviously CEQA on a 401 certification can't happen within a year, the board had decided to just approve every 401 certification, which is one of the only chances to get water quality conditions on a dam relicensing. And so I have seen staff within the water board use rulings like this to pretty much take away the public's power, and to take away the ability to protect clean water. And so I just urge the board to figure out a way to direct staff to deal with this issue, because taking away our ability to petition this board pretty much takes away the ability of the public to protect their water. So with that said, obviously I disagree with the decision in the Shasta River. This Shasta River has been priority for in-stream flows for at least 8 years, possibly 10. It's been identified as one of the 5 creeks or rivers that need to have the in-stream flow process move forward. And it's just taking too long. I remember meeting with the state maybe 6 years ago where they said they might get to it in the next 20 years. And that is how it's playing out. So now we have the governor's salmon plan and all these other things that Cody identified. And I just really think it's important for us to figure out how to have this happen in a way that works with when the emergency regulations expire. And with that, I just want to talk about the urgency of the situation. As you all probably heard, a recent release out of the hatchery, new hatchery on Fall Creek on the Klamath River lost almost the entire run because they didn't know that they shouldn't release them above Iron Gate instead of below it, and the fish got a disease. Hatchery fish are not the solution to the salmon issues in the Klamath River, but this is a really sad situation. But meanwhile, we have the Shasta River and the Scott River, which actually naturally produce tons of young salmon that can really help us through the next couple of years of Klamath Dam removal and help rebuild the salmon for the community. And then the last thing I wanted to address with this issue denial and some of the reasons for it, or with the petition denial and some of the reasons for it, is, I hear a lot about how we need voluntary solutions. We need community solutions, but I just want to say with these local community solutions, the people who are being left out of the room are people of color. They are the tribes. These are coming from the ranchers, and it's been proven that a lot of them are lying about their water use, and they're getting away with it. So I just wanted to urge the board, as I do with all of your actions, that the carrot is not enough. It is so important to have community solutions, but ultimately we need enforcement. And until we actually have enforcement, and we have redress in a way to like make sure that the communities can protect our water, then I just really don't see how we're going to actually protect the Scott and Shasta rivers. We're letting people game the system, and that's why we did this petition rather than just waiting for the process to play out. With that, I thank you for your attention, and I thank you for allowing such a robust public forum this morning. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola, and always, and thank you for your time and comments. I do want to push back just a bit because being so very close to the HOOPA decision and what was happening around 401 water quality certifications, it certainly was not staff trying to make an excuse to harm the interests of public trust in our work. In fact, it was trying to preserve the state's standing before FERC, which was waiving the state's ability because of that ruling to even weigh in on these matters. And so our folks did really great work under a lot of pressure to adjust to something that was difficult until we had change of law, which allowed us to kind of write what was an adverse decision. So they're similarly here with the petition. This isn't somehow staff working against the interests of this board. And in fact, is just us working with what was a memo from the Office of Administrative Law around how this particular provision in the water code needs to be executed, which again creates a bar that in 30 days is a bit impossible. So I think there are real policy discussions we need to have certainly around that. Again, not to be resolved here at the dais, but did want to push back because the example of somehow 401 water quality certifications in the adverse decision in HOOPA being somehow an excuse for our folks to do wrong is not something I want standing out there. So thank you.
Can I?
Yes, please. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, so just on the last two comments, because I do think, this isn't the petition process. This is the first time we have a public space to be able to talk about it. So I do appreciate this. As you saw with the Scott and what we held where we pulled in the Shasta, we are absolutely committed. And I think as you said, as you pointed out, whether it's the salmon strategy, our strategic work plan, or as we said, racial equity resolution, all of these, we remain extremely committed to ensuring that there's long-term protections on both the Scott and Shasta, regardless of our actions on this particular petition. And I do think there was really there was a lot of value in the materials and work that were put in to bring that to our staff. So I appreciate that. I would agree that this interpretation essentially eliminates the ability to petition and our ability to act, and it needs to be addressed. That's not something we can do effectively on our own. That's something that I think we all collectively need to figure out how we work to address. And that's a procedural issue. But I do want to say that there is an absolute commitment to have a public hearing on this, as we said, and as the chair, reiterated, and we absolutely will be doing that, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss how we are moving forward. But there is a real commitment here, and I do hope you see that both obviously in the immediate term with our emergency work, but also in the long-term protections that are needed for both of those watersheds. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. I believe that brings us to the end of our, as Ms. Chicazola said, robust public comment this morning, and I do appreciate everyone's time here addressing the board. Are you signed up for public comment, or I have you believe signed up for the Racial Equity Action Plan item? So I'm going to move through the rest of the agenda. So that was just public forum. So now I'm going to move into the agenda. But if you wanted to address during public forum, you can, or if it's for the racial equity item, we'll get to that item number 3 here momentarily. Okay, if you would like to speak during. Okay, if you would like to speak during public forum, you can now, and you're also signed up for the racial equity item, and we'll be able to speak then as well. Yes, you may. You may.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tanu Malhotra, and for the past 4 years, I served as a supervisor in the Division of Information Technology. Being a law student and a child of immigrant parents, I consider myself a formidable advocate for addressing racial disparities. Let me push this down a little bit. And issues of such in my community. Growing up as an immigrant in California, I experienced firsthand what it was like to be treated differently because of the color of my skin. It is wrong to deny someone their basic human rights because of the color of their skin. It makes me angry on so many levels, and it's hard to speak about it in a calm manner. I request the right to speak openly about this issue, as it is crucial to normalize these conversations about racial disparity. I have reviewed prior board meeting recordings on racial equity and found there is a deep commitment to fix these disparities at the water boards, and I have profound respect for the board members and the valued staff who are taking an active approach to resolve these issues. From what I understand, there has been effort to send out surveys, develop analytical tools, and hold public and internal listening sessions to normalize conversations about racial inequality. However, I strongly believe that more needs to be done. People who are in a position of power need to be held accountable. These people build a culture of inclusion and impartiality. If there's a lack of justness at the top, it will have a domino effect to all the members reporting under this individual. There needs to be checks and balances to ensure leaders are being held accountable for their actions. Some suggestions include: 1, offering employees an anonymous channel where they can provide feedback on their leaders without the fear of retaliation. 2, encouraging open dialogue between team members and their managers. And 3, hiring more empathetic leaders in the first place. Last week, the water boards issued an annual update on racial equity, which communicated what each division has done to progress towards racial equity. This report lacks information on what the Division of Information Technology has done to meet racial equity. DIT's exclusion is concerning, especially given the number of discrimination complaints that have been submitted by employees within this division. Over the last 2 years, numerous discrimination complaints have been filed by 3 different staff members within DIT. One complaint was submitted by an individual on my staff who was forced to fly from Los Angeles to Sacramento every week, while the rest of our division was allowed the privilege to telework. He was being forced to pay for hotel and travel costs so that he would be driven out of his job. As a sole breadwinner in his family, he faced financial hardship, mental and emotional distress. He submitted a complaint to the EEO office, and they took 3 months to investigate and ultimately found it unsubstantiated. Another complaint was from a staff member who won the Superior Accomplishment Award here at the water boards, but had her name inexplicably removed from the award list. These complaints highlight blatant differential conduct, alleging slave-like treatment of staff members from management, unwarranted scrutiny of our calendars, and unjust criticism of our work, especially when contrasted with the preferential treatment white members received. Our attempts to address these issues with the EEO were shamefully dismissed, and management responded with severe and unwarranted retaliation. This cannot and should not be ignored. I insist the board to not ignore these complaints. I urge the board to provide an explanation as to why DIT was the only division that was omitted from the racial equity annual update. Furthermore, I stress that the board intervene in addressing racial equity issues within the Division of Information Technology. This issue requires urgent and transparent action. The water board should feel like a safe and inclusive environment for all employees. It should also be an institution that residents of California can trust to make environmentally sound decisions. I believe these issues need to be addressed publicly, as California taxpayers deserve to know what the water board plans to do to address racial equity problems, which seems to be more of a deep-rooted issue internally and externally. However, if there's apprehension about addressing these issues in public, I would like to request a closed session meeting with the board to address my 300-page complaint.
Thank you, Ms. Malhorta. I know it's not easy to speak up, especially when you're feeling that there is mistreatment. I know as board members, we don't manage staff, and so we do keep some separation, but these issues are very important to us. We'll speak further about them, certainly, and in the context of the racial equity item. I appreciate the flag that DIT wasn't necessarily incorporated there, and appreciate you raising your voice with these concerns, and do direct you to, I believe there are anonymous complaint forms, and we can make sure we circle back around some of that, but looking to the executive director, and we'll have a further discussion and just follow up. So just thank you. I appreciate, and you here elevating it to the public forum then. And again, I know it's not easy to speak up on issues. So thank you for coming before us on it. Thank you, Ms. Malhorta. Next, that does now conclude, I think, our public forum. And so just appreciate everyone that's elevated issues here before the board in it. Next, we can now move on to our board business, which I believe our first order of board business is consideration of adoption of the February 21st board meeting minutes.
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can we please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. That brings us to item number 2, which is our update on current hydrologic conditions in response. We'll give a moment for folks to come up here. Thank you.
Morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director of the Division of Water Rights, and I'll be providing a quick overview of current hydrologic conditions and other activities. Next slide, please. So I think we are all probably aware of the intense snowstorm that we received in the Sierras over the last couple of days. There were numerous reports on the news media and other outlets about the snowmageddon and other neat terms that were thrown around. But the long and short of it is that it really was a huge boost to our water supply and our snowpack. And in the Northern Sierra, we are now at, I think there's a summary slide in a couple slides, but I think we're at 100% of average. So we're at average now for this time of year. A quick note about the snowpocalypse. It was a big storm, but it wasn't unusual. Those are actually fairly standard, maybe not multiple times a year, but once or twice a year, sometimes more often, as we saw in 2023. It's still big. It's still significant. I think there were 11 feet of snow or more in some places. So definitely a significant storm event, but again, not that unusual in the grand scheme of our California winters. Next slide, please. So for the San Joaquin area, we're still a little bit below average, I think about 85%. Next slide. And in the Southern Sierra, similarly about 85%. But you can see the big uptick since our last storm, and it was a very robust and great addition to our water supply. Next slide. These show our snowpack. You can see the red line on the top. That's our record winter. The kind of blue shaded region is average, and the dark blue line shows where we are currently. So in the Northern Sierra, our snowpack is actually above the long-term average by 1%. 101% of our April 1st average, which is typically when our snowpack reaches its highest extent. We're at 94% of our April 1st average in the Central Sierra and 86% of our April 1st average in the Southern Sierra. All told, about a 19% increase since our last update about 3 weeks ago. Next slide, please.
I think that variability in California's weather has always made us a bit of weather watchers, but the extremes that we've swung between drought and then flood have certainly kind of really, I've noticed, made all of us just very attuned, like what's coming in. The coverage has definitely increased a lot. And the language we use when it comes to atmospheric rivers, categorizing them, it's been certainly interesting to see.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of attention from a lot of sectors in California, just given our swing between drought and flood and potentially back again. Kind of continuing that weather watch trend. This slide shows, it's a map of North America, and you can see the orangish red blobs. Those are heat anomalies where it's been warmer, or it's predicted to be warmer than average. And the blue is where it's predicted to be colder than average. And you can see kind of settling directly over Northern California is a dark blue blob. That's a technical term. And that's showing that it's projected to be cooler than average. That helps our snowpack. It protects against rapid runoff. It helps build that supply towards the spring. So that's another kind of optimistic trend. And there are more precipitation events kind of forecast throughout the next couple of weeks. So all in all, a positive trend, and it brings us into a much better spot than we were even about a month ago. Next slide, please. Here's our slides showing reservoir levels, and you can see that in general, most reservoirs are above average, which is a great sign. Some reservoirs actually began making flood releases in the last couple of weeks. Shasta in particular has been making room and capacity for the storm that we just got. And then you can see some other selected reservoirs. Cachuma is at 100% of capacity, Diamond Valley about 93, and San Luis is about 69% of capacity. If we go to the next slide, I believe at the last board meeting, there was a question about why San Luis was maybe trending a little bit lower than some of the other ones that we were seeing, and whether there were any limitations on exports out of the Delta to San Luis. And right now you can again see kind of the dark blue line is where we are currently. The gray shaded area is the long-term average. And you can see some trends from previous years. Right now we're at about 85% of historical average for this date. So we're actually kind of about standard where we are for most years in the long term. It's still only about 70% of average. The CVP share is full. The State Water Project share is at about 45%. They do have a coordinated operations agreement, and so they are actively working together on diversions out of the Delta. There are some environmental limitations, but recent storms, especially the ones that we've gotten over the last couple of days, have helped kind of reduce those limitations. And the trend there is positively upward, and we anticipate that will continue for some time. Next slide. A bit about the Scott and Shasta rivers. We heard some of the public comments on it today. There is an emergency regulation in effect as of February 1st, but right now there are no curtailments due to the high levels in those systems. The livestock prohibition is in effect through March that limits inefficient diversions for livestock watering. It does not limit those diversions entirely, and there are new components this year to this kind of set of emergency regulations that allow for some expanded diversions when appropriate. We did respond to a petition for rulemaking for permanent flows on the Shasta River on February 16th, citing, as we heard earlier today, 3 elements: ongoing flow-related efforts in both watersheds, the fact that we haven't decided that a formal regulation is the appropriate pathway forward. There could be other approaches, water quality control plans, a policy for water quality control. And by kind of adopting that petition, it would have put us in a pathway for a very specific outcome that the board at this time is not, or has signaled that they're not ready to make. And then also the OAL decision. There is conversation going on with OAL attorneys, both by our own attorneys and by some of the petitioners. And so we are trying to expand that dialogue and to understand what that pathway looks like going forward. Next slide, please. A few other additional notes. Dwinelle Reservoir in a much better position than it has been over the last couple of years. We're at about 34,000 acre feet. Last year at this time was about 19,000. 2 years ago it was about 7,000. So almost, if I can do math in my head, 5 times greater than it was 2 years ago. The snowpack in the Scott watershed, this is a little bit out of date. They don't update quite as frequently as we do and see in some of the Sierra stations. The snow water equivalent was about 76% of March average, or about 70% of April 1st average. And in the Shasta, it was about 100 or 88%. We anticipate that that's going to bump up a little bit. Some of those storms that we have gotten recently have been more focused on kind of the northern part of the state, but we'll update those in future hydrologic updates. Next slide, please. And you can here again see some of the flows. This is the Scott River well above the emergency flow targets. And the next slide. The Shasta River showing again that they are also well above the emergency flow targets set by the February 1st regulation. Next slide, please. There was also a question about some groundwater recharge temporary permits, and a quick update here. So far, we've received 10 permit applications. We've issued 8 of them, and we also have 2 5-year permits from last year. So right now there are 10 permits in effect. Altogether, they authorize about 61,000 acre-feet of diversions. The most recent was from the Sierra Valley Groundwater Management District last week, which was for 480 acre-feet for this year. So far, there have been no flood recharge diversions reported. So none of the executive order or SB 122 recharge, if that rings a bell for folks that are listening in. And a reminder that when those diversions do occur, the diverter has to report to the State Water Board within 48 hours of starting diversion. So far, just a much different hydrologic year. We haven't seen those high flood events, and that has limited the amount of flood water that's available for recharge. Next slide, please. We mentioned this a little bit at our last slide, or our last hydrologic update. It's a little bit of a aside, but it still does pertain directly to our kind of hydrologic conditions and how we look at managing supplies for the year. And that's a reminder that as of yesterday, 37% of water right reporters have not reported their annual reports that were due April 1st. You can see the number here. We have about 41,000, and about 26,000 have reported. Next slide, please. That distribution runs the gamut of sizes. So this shows report progress on the x-axis, and then the y-axis breaks out the diverters into various size categories. And I think the main takeaway is to look at that lowermost bar that shows above 100,000 acre-feet per year. There's still 30 reporters that are claiming or have a permit or license for more than 100,000 acre-feet per year that haven't submitted their annual report. And that amounts to 3 million acre-feet of water. That's a fairly significant chunk, and we encourage people to continue to report. And note that if people don't report, we do have enforcement mechanisms that we can consider and may need to do so in the near future. Next slide, please. I believe that wraps up for the hydrologic update.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And on the enforcement, and we'll do so at some point here. That is the reality. We, again, I know board members we've all enforced here just how important it is that folks be reporting. So just thank you. And thanks for the update on, as always, the number of permits we're seeing. On the 180-day permits, just out of curiosity, how many are we seeing that are sort of repeat insofar as, was an application from last year, kind of just resubmitting kind of almost, but with maybe some change, or are they a lot of new people coming into the door? Just kind of wondering.
We do see a fair number of repeat applicants. I think of the 8 that we've processed so far this year, again, I'm doing this a little bit in my head, but at least 3 of them, maybe 4, and I think 1 that's not yet permitted is a repeat. So about 50% roughly.
Helpful enough. Thank you. I really appreciate that. We have one commenter, I believe, actually, and looking to see if there's any questions from fellow board colleagues before moving to that person. And I believe we have Becky Steinbrunner. And Ms. Steinbrunner, I don't know if you meant to sign up for this item as well, but we'll provide you here the opportunity to come off camera and unmute.
Hello, this is Becky Steinbrunner. I'm sorry, the call dropped and I'm not sure where we are in the agenda. Can you help me, please?
Yes, no, we moved on to item number 2, which is our hydrologic update. And it looks like you may have signed up for this as well. I'm just not sure if you were looking to comment here, Ms. Steinbrunner.
Thank you. I was listening and until the call dropped. So I would just like to say that in the Santa Cruz County area, I am very interested in hearing whether the Loch Lomond Reservoir, I believe that's full, and that there is an agreement between the city of Santa Cruz and Soquel Creek Water District to share surface water during wet years like this. So I hope that the board is aware of that. And I just want to take an opportunity to tell the board, because I ran out of time in public comment, that if the injection wells for Pure Water SoCal project are permitted, my legal challenges against them, one pending in Santa Cruz Superior Court and another that is going to be filed very soon as an appeal in State Supreme Court, will be rendered moot if the permit is granted. So again, I do not want my litigation rendered moot by simply with the board's approval to permit this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steinbrenner. And if I could request to keep comments to the item that's before the board, it becomes just difficult if it's just more on another comment. So thank you. Looking to board colleagues in case there was any further discussion. And if not, thank you so much, Mr. Ekdahl. Really appreciate your time. Thank you as well for stepping in, I know, on a speaker series when on groundwater recharge. So just really appreciate everything. Let's go ahead and take a break before we get to item number 3 and give ourselves 10 minutes. And so let's come back here at 10:40. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Went dark. They took a 15-minute break. I don't know if it's disconnected or not, but disconnected. I put a button in it. It didn't. I'm going. Oh, you can disconnect it.
All right, everyone, we are at 10:42. It is incredible to see such amazing leadership here before us at the board. Quickly, before we get to item number 3 here, at the top, I want to make sure and reiterate, we are providing Spanish language interpretation services for this item, including simultaneous broadcasting for this meeting in Spanish. If you'd like to provide a public comment, please fill out the virtual speaker card by scanning the QR code. It says here on the screen, I don't believe we have it up on the screen yet, or email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov if you're having any difficulties. Also, each commenter will be called upon to speak. Please inform our staff in advance if you require interpretation services. Commenters are encouraged to speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow the interpreters to accurately communicate your comments in Spanish. We may request you to slow down or pause, for you to slow down or pause if you speak too quickly. For in-person participants, please raise your hand if you require Spanish interpretation services, and a headset will be provided to you. Spanish-speaking commenters in the meeting room will come up to the podium and share their comments when called on. An interpreter will provide consecutive interpretation. For Zoom participants, please select the language interpretation channel by clicking on the interpretation feature with the globe icon in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. Here, there's a helpful graphic. Choose Spanish and mute original audio. When called on, you'll be asked to unmute and provide your comment, and an interpreter will provide real-time interpretation. With that, it's my honor to hand it over and we can begin item number 3.
Hey, good morning. Next slide, please. And then for Zoom participants, to display the presentation in English or Spanish, click on View Options at the top of your screen. Select Presentation in English to see the presentation in English, and then Presentación en Español to see the presentation in Spanish. Next slide, please. So good morning, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Jenalyn Guzman, and I use she, her pronouns. I'm an environmental scientist in the Office of Public Participation. As you can see, I will be the first of many presenters of the 2023 annual update for the State Water Board's Racial Equity Action Plan. With me is Adriana Renteria, Director of the Office of Public Participation, and several division and office leaders who will be presenting later. We also have Mark Gutierrez and Michael Soul interpreting this item into Spanish. Next slide, please. We want to start today's presentation by expressing a huge thank you to everyone who has been on this journey and shared their thoughts, time, resources, and effort to develop the racial equity resolution and to develop and implement the Racial Equity Action Plan. It took many people to get us here today. Thank you to the many individuals, organizations, and tribes that have engaged on specific actions and those that are here today. Thank you to the staff that are leading and implementing these actions every day. And thank you to everyone that worked on this report and to the translators and interpreters that make this report and this item bilingual in English and Spanish. Next slide, please. The purpose of this item is to report progress on the actions within the State Water Board's Racial Equity Action Plan that were prioritized for 2023. The board is not taking any formal action on this item. It is an opportunity to reflect collectively on last year's implementation. Each action has its own separate engagement process that we will not go over today. We will give an overview of the 2023 to 2025 Racial Equity Action Plan, followed by highlights from 2023, where division and office leaders will share brief summaries of some key actions. And we will end with any discussion and questions from board members and public comment. Next slide. First on our agenda is the overview of the Racial Equity Action Plan. Next slide, please. The State Water Board and the 9 regional water boards, collectively the water boards, have a shared mission to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water. This mission is strengthened by the commitment to racial equity and environmental justice. The water boards acknowledge and condemn inequities, past and present, in water quality, access, and affordability, and are proactively working to eliminate the structures and practices that perpetuate these inequities. The water boards has made racial equity a priority. Next slide. The water boards envision a California where race no longer predicts a person's access to or quality of water resources, where water board employees at all organizational levels reflect the racial and ethnic diversity of California, and where a racial equity lens is consistently applied to water boards' decision-making processes. Applying a racial equity lens is a way to approach work to consistently consider racial equity impacts throughout the decision-making process. The vision was developed during a public workshop in May of 2022, and the workshop included water board staff, tribal representatives, and community representatives. Next slide. The water board's journey to shift organizational culture to advance equity and justice started several years ago and continues to grow and evolve over time, and there's more road ahead. In 2016, the State Water Board adopted the Human Right to Water Resolution, and afterwards, so did several regional water boards. The Human Right to Water recognizes that every person in the state has a right to safe, clean, and affordable water for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes. In 2017, the State Water Board adopted definitions for tribal beneficial uses and basin plans, and in 2019, the water boards adopted the tribal consultation policy, strengthening the water board's commitment to meaningful tribal consultation. Also in 2019, the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, also known as the Safer Drinking Water Program, was established to achieve the human right to water for all Californians. In 2018, the water boards joined the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as SWRCB, and the California Environmental Protection Agency's Advancing Racial Equity team. In 2020, the board acknowledged the historic effects of institutional racism that must be confronted throughout government and directed staff to develop a priority plan of action. Executive Director Eileen Sobek directed staff to develop a resolution. And in November of 2021, the State Water Board made a huge step by adopting the Racial Equity Resolution. The resolution connects the dots between systemic racism and how we do our jobs every day and lays a foundation of accountability moving forward. The three primary goals of the resolution are to acknowledge and condemn systemic racism and its effects, institutionalize racial equity, and direct staff to act. In 2022, the water boards developed a racial equity action plan that was presented to the board in January of 2023. The water boards has implemented the racial equity action plan for 1 year and published a 2023 annual update, which we will be discussing today. Next slide. To ground us in today's discussion, the State Water Board's resolution directed staff to develop an action plan that outlines steps the board will take to normalize conversations about racial equity, foster a workforce that completely integrates racial equity into its work, effectively reach and engage with Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities and tribes to benefit those we serve. And additionally, the action plan must be developed within a year of adoption of the racial equity resolution, be metric driven in order to evaluate progress, and incorporate all State Water Board divisions, offices, and programs, and addresses all aspects of our work. Next slide. The action plan was developed based on input from tribal governments, community advocates and organizations, environmental justice organizations, community residents, and water board staff. Staff met with tribal governments through government-to-government tribal consultations, held four public workshops, met with community partners one-on-one, held a public comment period, sent several emails and social media posts, and internally the action plan was discussed at racial equity support lunches, and an anonymous comment box was available for staff to submit their input. Next slide. So the action plan has four main parts: the vision, strategic directions, goals, and actions. The vision shared in a previous slide is overarching. It lets us know where we want to end up. Strategic directions are how we will achieve our vision. There are 3 in total, which Adriana will cover in future slides. The goals are broad outcomes of strategic directions. There are 7 goals total, and each strategic direction has 2 to 3 goals each. And then lastly, the actions are what we should do to achieve our goals. Each action is assigned to a division or office who will lead its implementation. Next slide. So in summary, 53 actions were prioritized for 2023. The more were identified for the future. The 2023 annual update tracks progress of these 53 actions by what stage of completion they are in. And there are 4 stages of completion in total. So stage 1 means the action has not started. Stage 2 means the action scope of work is being developed. Stage 3 means the action is in progress. And stage 4 means that the action is complete and potentially ongoing. So this graph on the screen shows the number of actions in each stage of completion for each goal. The majority of actions are in progress and 13 have been completed, which shows that we are moving at a steady pace in implementing the action plan. Next slide. The Office of Information Management and Analysis, with the support of the Office of Public Participation, developed an interactive version of the 2023 annual update, which you can find online at waterboards.ca.gov/racial_equity. With this interactive report, you can filter it by specific goals, or by division or office by clicking on the goal number or division name as seen in this video on the PowerPoint. Next slide. Okay, now we will present highlights from 2023 for the 3 strategic directions. Division and office leadership will present a high-level summary of the action or actions they will discuss today. At the end of each strategic direction, those finished presenting will switch seats with those that will present during the next strategic direction. Next slide. For strategic direction 1, integrating racial equity, measuring impact, aims to infuse the racial equity resolution throughout the Water Board's policies, programs, and practices, and measure progress toward goals and adapt when necessary. There are 2 goals under this strategic direction. Goal 1A is Water Board's data are accessible, equitable, and culturally relevant. Goal 1B is programs and policies are evaluated and realigned to address racial injustices. The 22 actions between these 2 goals generally explore using data to identify inequities in water quality and incorporating equity in Water Board's policies, programs, and practices. And with that, next slide, please, and I'll pass it on to our next speaker.
Thanks, gentlemen. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Nick Martirano. I use he, him pronouns. I am a manager within the Office of Information Management and Analysis, and it's my pleasure today to report on our progress to work towards the development of a Water Board's Racial Equity Data Action Plan. I want to first say that we couldn't be where we are now without the partnership and collaboration we have with the Office of Public Participation staff and leadership. In 2023, we made a lot of advancements towards fulfilling the requirements outlined in the Racial Equity Action Plan for the development of a Racial Equity Data Action Plan. We did this by first convening a set of volunteer staff across the water boards to help move this work forward. Some of the work that we put together was development of a Water Board's Racial Equity Data Hub, which is an internally facing set of resources and tools that outlines data sets and tools that are available for staff when undertaking some of the racial equity analysis that we're doing. We've also compiled a set of existing guidances and best practices that were developed by other organizations, both on the national scale, other states, local levels, and we're using that as a review doing a literature review process to develop a draft water board specific best practices and guidance for staff to refer to when undertaking racial equity data projects. Some things to look forward to in 2024. We've already mentioned that we've developed the Racial Equity Interactive Report, which allows users to visualize the information that they're going to hear today, allows you to kind of filter and analyze what we've been doing in an interactive way. Staff's also rolling out an equity data help desk, which allows internal program staff to have a connection point with the racial equity data task force team and provide that consistency and guidance as staff start to undergo the racial equity analysis and data projects. And lastly, we are about to undertake a contract with an external coach to help us staff to develop some pilot projects and ultimately develop a racial equity section or handbook that supplements the existing strategic data action plan. Thanks. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights. For today's presentation, I'd like to highlight some of the work that we've been doing on in-stream flows. And even though the bullets here are kind of specific about real concrete in-stream flow actions, I think the topic of in-stream flows is much broader than just in-stream flows for fisheries. It's public recreation, it's swimming, it's access, and all of these things are actually tied to how much water is flowing in a stream. And that covers more than one group or entity. It covers the entire state, and providing that type of access is something that the division has been kind of that reevaluating and realigning staff that was mentioned a few slides ago. In 2023, we really focused on working on in-stream flows in watersheds with a strong tribal and equity focus. That includes the Scott and the Shasta, but also the Clear Lake watersheds, which are highlighted below. Those culminated in emergency regulations in both watersheds to collect better data and set in-stream flow requirements in the Scott and Shasta themselves. In 2024, we're looking to continue that work and also expand into other watersheds where we can, maybe not quite the same flavor, but some of the drought resources that we got in 2022 were focused on supply demand analysis, rolling that out so that we can look at how much water is available relative to demand and start some of that work to better understand how use and needs tie into in-stream flows. That's very closely tied to data analysis. I sometimes make the joke that the most boring part of all of water rights is accounting. It's also the most important. And so looking at how water is allocated, how water is diverted and actually used, and how that's reported is a key component that will directly factor into in-stream flows, water availability, and also just making other projects and potentially new diversions available in other watersheds. So that's a huge effort, but something that I think we're keenly focused on. Starting efforts for long-term flow protections. This was highlighted in some of the public comments we heard earlier today, but in the Scott and Shasta in particular, there's also efforts going on in mule deer and antelope. We recently received a letter from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife highlighting recommended in-stream flows for these three watersheds. That was also referenced in the salmon strategy, as were some other watersheds as well. And so with that, I'll pass it on to the next speaker.
Thanks, Eric. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality, and happy to have the opportunity to highlight a couple of activities, program areas where we're working on racial equity, although I will say that all of our program areas have really good work that they are doing in this area. So I'm going to highlight one on the surface water side and one on the groundwater side of water quality, starting with our integrated report. And so for those who are watching, if you don't know what the integrated report is, I'll step back for a minute and explain. The states are required by the Clean Water Act to assess surface waters every 2 years. That's the 305B section of the Clean Water Act. And in that assessment, they also need to identify waters that are not meeting standards, which is the 303D section of the Clean Water Act, also known as the list of impaired waters. Together, we call them the integrated report. And As part of the integrated report, my staff analyzed the spatial data to estimate the miles, acres, and percentage of waters that are impaired in the state. And what we've done in 2023 is we started to overlay those data with locations of disadvantaged communities and BIPOC communities. And we're building on the work that has been done by OEHA to develop the CalEnviroScreen tools. And in 2024, we plan to release a public map and data visualization tools and use those data to prioritize development of cleanup plans, also known as total maximum daily loads, and monitoring across the state. So moving on to the groundwater side of the house, next slide, please. In our site cleanup program, we've used the CalEnviroScreen data to assess progress on cleanup cases with a particular focus on disadvantaged communities and BIPOC communities. And we've used this analysis to develop targets to prioritize our work and hold ourselves accountable to address these inequities. So for example, one of the targets is that we prioritize outreach to communities and tribes where we identify this overlap between a lack of progress on a site cleanup and locations where we have disadvantaged communities and BIPOC communities. And in 2024, we plan to conduct further outreach to impacted communities with a focus on those that are vulnerable to sea level rise. So kind of combining our actions on climate change and racial equity, and areas where there's a high risk of exposure through vapor intrusion. And with that, I'll hand it to my colleague from Division of Drinking Water.
Good morning. I'm Darren Polhemus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water. I wanted to actually highlight one that we weren't fully successful at of the activities we pursued in the Division of Drinking Water. This one was particularly vexing. So one of the things we do in Division of Drinking Water certainly is set regulatory levels for maximum contaminant levels, MCLs, for contaminants of drinking water. And certainly through our work, my own personal experience, we know that race and ethnicity and community makeup can be a strong indicator of success or failure in achieving those maximum contaminant levels. But of course, being scientists and engineers, we want to put numbers behind that. We want to be able to demonstrate that thoroughly. So one of the activities we set forward to do was try to incorporate an equity analysis within our work for Chrome 6 MCL coming before the board in April. And we've been working on that for a long time, as everyone knows. So we undertook that analysis to try to see what we could see from the data we have and the data that's available to try to determine, is there a racial component associated with the distribution of the contaminant and how different communities may fare in a setting of different levels of MCL. Unfortunately, what we ran into was the data is too limited, both on a small scale and a large scale. So let me kind of describe why that is. Water systems and our government boundaries never exactly match our census district components. And it's a rare day when you actually get the perfect alignment or even a casual alignment that you can accept as mostly there. So instead, what we find often is that our smallest smallest drinking water systems are much smaller than the census tract data that we can have that displays to us what the makeup of the communities that are in that bigger area are, and then don't fully represent necessarily the smaller water system that's nested within that. Then on the larger side, where we have large communities where we want to understand what's going on, we know that certainly within a community itself, the demographic makeup can change over its geographic extent and its area. I mean, it's obvious to all of us at times. And what we found on our limitation there is that we actually don't know, when we have multiple endpoint sources to a drinking water system, we don't know what every person is drinking at every minute of time within that water system. It varies in pressure, it varies in usage, the sources come on and off. And so what we really ran up against was an inability to be able to see who's exposed at what time and over what period of time. So with that said, certainly we're not saying that we can't do something here. We are going to continue to explore this area. So we're going to take on two projects here. One is to start a pilot project to see if we can better understand and track contaminants through water systems. This will be a lengthy endeavor, but certainly worth trying to understand more of where and how things go within a water system, and see if we can't come up with some ways to be more comfortable with how we can predict that. And then also we're going to look at certainly a vexing contaminant. Manganese is a colored water event that happens in many communities that aren't undergoing proper maintenance or the likes. It can be it's a secondary MCL that can be, put into a system at a proper level, but not fully maintained in a way where it, doesn't cause brown water later. And so we are going to also pursue looking at how to understand high concentrations in those communities and understand the distribution system working there, so that these may lead us to a deeper understanding of how we can further predict that. That's it for me. Next slide, please.
Good morning, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Christine Gordon. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors for the Division of Financial Assistance, and I'll be providing the updates this morning. Before I go over my updates, I would like to thank the entire Division of Financial Assistance team for their continued work in the implementation of the Racial Equity Action Plan. I will highlight two primary 2023 accomplishments that focus on communities benefiting from funded programs to advance racial equity and environmental justice. The Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, or SAFER program, and the Site Cleanup Subaccount Program, SCAP. For the third year, the SAFER program's annual fund expenditure plan included demographic and environmental justice information for drinking water projects and programs with funding committed and executed in the prior fiscal year, and active projects on the failing or at-risk system list compared to all systems included in the drinking water needs assessment. For the Site Cleanup Subaccount Program, in April 2023, the State Water Board adopted the new methodology that provides great weight to projects in disadvantaged and environmental justice communities. In calendar year 2023, the Site Cleanup Subaccount Program funded 17 projects totaling $29.5 million in disadvantaged and environmental justice communities. What's coming in 2024, for the next iteration of the SAFER program's annual fund expenditure plan, the Division of Financial Assistance is working with the Office of Information Management and Analysis and others to improve the presentation of demographic and environmental justice information related to the communities being funded. This would potentially be by evaluating where drinking water projects are being funded geographically, or by looking at case studies for certain types of projects. For the State Revolving Fund Loan Program, staff will include race, ethnicity, and other demographic data in the Clean Water State Revolving Fund 2022-23 Annual Report and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund 2022-23 Annual Report. This will be the first time presenting data on this topic in the annual reports. The information presented will be based on the communities benefiting from the executed funding agreements and will include race, ethnicity of communities, both overall community and range per census tract, and California overall for comparison. Also, median household income and poverty levels for communities and California overall for comparison. For the Orphan Site Cleanup Fund, staff resources will be focused on orphan cleanup sites located in disadvantaged and environmental justice areas. Lastly, the Division of Financial Assistance is seeking to foster and implement the State Water Board's Racial Equity Action Plan Goal 2A to address internal representation of Black, Indigenous, and people of color at the staff and leadership levels to reflect diversity of California. This concludes my updates, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm James Knockbauer, Deputy Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. I use he, him pronouns. As you know, the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance includes our training function. The training services team helps people attend courses and get credit for courses or learning and development they do. It also helps people get to conferences. So the action I wanted to highlight today for ORPP is the development of a racial equity employee training plan. We are trying to integrate equity more fully into all of our training offerings. And so this is kind of a two-prong approach. One, based on our water leadership program approach, we are trying to develop a set of courses that is specifically focused on equity-related competencies and skills. And also, we are trying to be sure that all of our courses integrate equity perspectives and use an equity lens. We had a couple of big milestones in 2023, including the hiring of our racial equity training manager in April. And since then, we've provided a lot of courses and access in different ways through different channels, ranging from on-demand courses and videos available through our new learning management system, Cornerstone, but also through the development of courses and procurement of courses from other contractors and other vendors. In particular, I wanted to mention we've piloted the results-based accountability training. This may end up being one of our racial equity tools that we roll out more broadly. We're finding a lot of people do make it through our amazing flagship Advancing Racial Equity course, which you'll hear more about in a second, and then are interested in more follow-up, more specific things they can learn how to do. And so coming up in 2024, we will be using a newly finalized set of racial equity training competencies to both develop new courses and assess the curriculum we already offer. And that's already been integrated to some degree into our water leadership program. Next slide, please.
Good morning, board members. My name is Adriana Renteria. My pronouns are she and they, and I'm the director for the Office of Public Participation. The action that I want to highlight today is our Racial Equity Train the Trainer program. So the Office of Public Participation has developed this Racial Equity Train the Trainer program with the goal of helping train water board staff to deliver the training called Advancing Racial Equity at the Water Boards to other water boards employees. And this course, Advancing Racial Equity at the Water Boards, is a course that was developed in partnership with other California Environmental Protection Agency boards, departments, and offices. And it is a course that focuses in on the role that government has played in perpetuating racial injustices. It establishes a foundation for shared terminology, and it previews different tools and resources like results-based accountability that James just mentioned. In 2022, 10 staff went through the trainer program and became water boards racial equity trainers. In 2023, last year, we had an additional cohort of 10 staff become trainers. And these numbers are a little bit outdated now, but over 300 staff have participated in the training, which includes senior leaders, including deputy directors and executive officers who also participated in the training. What's coming up in 2024 is we've learned a lot from implementing this training over the last 2 years, and we're going to be doing a curriculum revision. And at the same time we're revising this curriculum, we currently have divisions and offices who are going through the training in person. And so we anticipate that approximately over 600 staff will be taking the training in the upcoming years. And with that, that wraps up our first strategic direction cohort. Before we transition to, we can move on to the next slide, but before we transition to strategic direction 2, I want to check in with Board Chair Esquivel if we'd like to take questions for panelists now, or if we can transition to the second panel.
I really appreciate that. I see one question from a board member, by all means, Board Member Firestone.
I just have one quick question on that. At the all-staff meeting, there was a concern raised around our budget constraints in terms of trainings. And I'm wondering just if on that last slide, do we feel like that the budget situation changes our ability to train staff and the goals that we set? Or do we think that we are still able to meet the goals we set around this?
Yeah, good question. And I'll provide some background. So like I mentioned, we are currently delivering the training to several divisions and offices, and we also plan to deliver the training to different regional water boards. And so the training that's being delivered in 2024 now is in person as opposed to virtual. And in 2023 and 2022, we offer the trainings virtually through our training academy. But we find that these conversations are much more richer and deeper if facilitated in person. And so that's the format that we chose for 2024. With our budget restrictions, that prevents regional water boards, especially some regional water boards that are spread out, from being able to convene together, which does limit the effectiveness of the training. So while we do have the virtual trainings available to us, I do want to acknowledge that the delivery and the effectiveness is different than in-person conversations.
Okay. Sorry, I'll just flag, I think that, these goals are really important. So I would love to continue to follow up to figure out how we navigate that, because obviously this is a top priority and something we're committed to, and we want it to be effective. And we want to make sure we're navigating the budget constraints to make sure we're achieving that. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Completely agree and appreciate the question. And here, I think we should be able to, this is mission critical work, and we should be able to make sure we're justifying it. And especially as Adriana, you said, it's the effectiveness of the training is really diminished when it's virtual. And I think it says a lot about the power of being in person with each other, for sure. So thank you. And I didn't see anything further from board members at this time.
Okay. Thank you to the folks who participated in the first strategic direction. We'll do a quick transition to call on our additional colleagues, John Russell, to join Nick and Karen to the front.
As we're transitioning, just huge thanks to the leadership from the divisions. This has been incredibly rewarding these last years to be part of, and the continued leadership from folks is really appreciated.
All right, so as we kick off this second panel, the strategic direction titled Creating and Maintaining Spaces for Inclusion and Belonging is a strategic direction that focuses on addressing internal and external representation of Black, Indigenous, and other people of color at all water boards levels. And it also focuses in on elevating the overall understanding of racial equity in order to foster a culture of inclusion and belonging. So there are two goals within this strategic direction. And within the first goal of water board staff and leadership reflecting the diversity of California, 2 of the actions are in progress. 3 have been either completed or are ongoing. And then for our second goal of fostering a culture of inclusion and belonging, the 4 actions that were identified as a priority in 2023 have been completed. So to kick us off, I will pass the mic to John Russell.
Thank you. So in contrast to some of the previous, not all of them, but in some of the previous actions that you've heard, our actions are primarily inward focusing. They're focused on our staff, developing our staff, essentially to promote internal diversity and equity efforts. Of our 6 primary actions that we had in the Division of Administrative Services, I think all of them are complete except for 2, and one of them is half complete, but we're going to need some assistance from the Office of Information Management to complete that one. And I'll talk a little bit about that one in a minute. And then the other little wrinkle for our actions is, although the initial actions are complete, a lot of them are intended to springboard into ongoing actions. So in one sense, they're complete, but in the other sense, they're never going to be complete if we do it correctly. For example, the immediate action plan for advancing workforce diversity, that we updated the 2019 document, and based on best practices, new best practices, and lessons learned from implementing that for 3 or 4 years. So we completed the document, but now the bulk of the work is actually shifting over to our 600 hiring managers and supervisors to implement those best practices. And we'll be there in the background, of course, to help out. But our initial action is largely complete on that. But like I said, it's I don't know another word for it, but in the military, it's called force multiplying, where a little bit of action on our part yields a lot greater actions in the long run. And likewise for the mentoring program, we just completed our mentoring guidance. So now we're in the phase where we're rolling it out and we're starting our mentoringship program. On the recruitment side of things, we are still going out and doing active recruitment at a number of universities and colleges throughout California. The budget constraints do limit us from traveling a little bit, but fortunately we have offices all over California. So again, we're leveraging some of the program staff out in our regions and drinking water offices. We, the Division of Administrative Services staff, are attending local fairs, Chico State, Sac State, UC Davis. And then for the fairs that we can't attend because we need to travel out to them, we're having our local program staff go to those on our behalf, and we talk to them ahead of time and prep them. For example, Region 1 staff are going to Humboldt State, Region 3 staff are going to San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly, and then Region 4 and 9 staff are also helping us by attending local university events in their area. Things to be done in 2024. If you notice, a lot of those at least two of them are just follow-on actions from actions that were completed in the first column. The one major thing that we are still working on is updating the board's website to include instructions for potential candidates on how to navigate the state's hiring process. That's often an arcane process. There's a lot of different steps involved. To the uninitiated, it seems like a lot of hoops to jump through. So we're updating those instructions, and it's not giving people the answer. It's really a recipe on how to bake the cake rather than the ingredients to use and everything. The ingredients are up to them. The last thing we need to do is we do have some diversity data sets for the water board that have been compiled for CalHR. They're standard sets that they've standardized for California, but we need a little bit of help from the Office of Information Management and Analysis on how to actually pull apart those data sets and figure out what they mean. So we'll be doing that in 2024 too. If we can go to the next slide. I am not actually with the Equal Employment Opportunity Office, but I told Shyla I would update for her slide. Again, a lot of their actions, like the actions in the Division of Administrative Services, were designed to better help our staff navigate the equal employment opportunity processes and tools that are available to them, both staff and supervisors. A lot of those processes are very complicated. They're very nuanced. So for staff, the information is largely how to identify what do I need to do if I'm being harassed or something and I do want to file a complaint. For the supervisors, the information has been largely what do I do if a complaint has been filed? Again, largely we don't want our supervisors actively working on those. We need some specialized investigators to do that. So at what point, it's a recognition thing. At what point do I recognize that I need to actually flip something over into the Equal Employment Opportunity Office and let them handle it? We are going out and doing those trainings in person. And we're finding, it is mission critical. We're able to do that by sending one person to an office to do the training instead of having, a regional board or an office all come here. So that is one of the things. I know we just talked about it in other training, but that is one of the ways that we are doing the in-person trainings at various offices. And we're doing that with our labor relations and other supervisor trainings as well, where we have key staff go out and into the offices and do the training. And upcoming is just more of that training, getting the word out to our staff on what to do in these situations. With that, I'll hand it over to, I believe, Karen, or maybe Nick.
Thanks, John. Good morning again. Nick Martorano with the Office of Information Management Analysis. I'm going to report out on the Water Board's Racial Equity Survey. So in 2023, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity administered to the Water Board employees a survey to assess employees' racial equity knowledge, skills, and experiences to help inform our future actions and future work toward advancing racial equity. We saw an increased response rate on the survey, which is a good sign. We also, the results show that we are making progress and that the trainings that were described by Adriana are having an impact, a positive impact, and the understanding is growing across the baseline of the water boards. Looking into 2024, where we have the consultants presenting on the 2023 results to the management, MCC Management Committee at the end of this month. So that'll allow our leadership team to look at the underlying data and make some larger decisions. We'll also be looking to share the underlying data with more division-specific analysis, and then we're already in preparation mode for a follow-on survey in 2026, just to again measure how progress is being made. Thank you.
All right. Karen Mogus again, Division of Water Quality, and I'm going to talk about our work with what we call roundtables. The Division of Water Quality implements water quality programs statewide, which overlap almost completely with the work that the regional boards do at the regional level, which requires a lot of collaboration and coordination across all of the regional boards and state board. And we take the lead on convening what we call roundtables. So they are program-specific groups that have representation from the State Water Board and all of the 9 regional water boards. And examples are water quality standards, the irrigated lands program, the site cleanup program, all have these roundtables, and there's actually 17 of them that we organize around program areas. And so because of our unique role and the amount of interaction that we have with the regional boards, we're taking the lead on working with the roundtables to develop the work plans and charters to include racial equity as a guiding concept in the discussions at the roundtable level. And so we have worked so far with 11 of the program roundtables to include racial equity as a standing item on their agendas. They typically meet somewhere around quarterly to every other month. And then also they all have annual work plans and charters that describe what their goals are as a program roundtable. And we're including racial equity in those as well. In 2024, our goal is to get the rest of the roundtables actively including racial equity in their plans and continuing those conversations at the roundtables as part of their agendas. That's all I had.
Thank you. And before we transition to strategic direction number 3, I want to check in with board chair if there are any questions for our panelists.
I know I'm reserving majority of my comments and questions to the end, but looking to board members in case there's something on this I would like to. Vice Chair, please.
Just since you're up here now, because you're going to transition out, right?
We're going to transition to the next panel. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Question for Mr. Russell. So on the I really am thankful that you're working with the regional boards to go to, being creative about attending career fairs and that sort of thing. So do you expect that are you collecting information also on applications so that you can see if there's been an uptick in applications from various areas of the state where we didn't see much of a response in the past. And
Yeah,
then
we are collecting some of that information, and some of the fairs and that we go to, it's sort of an experimentation phase right now. We had started this before the pandemic. The pandemic obviously interrupted a lot of the in-person fairs that we were going to. And now we've started it again. We're collecting data on which of the fairs are most productive, for lack of a better word, what we get the most results out of. And we're kind of tailoring our future visits based on that. If we attend a fair and we only get one or two, points of interest, we may not go to that one again in lieu of going to another one where we get more interest from students. We do make an effort, though, to tailor all of our visits to diverse colleges and universities, which at this point in California's evolution is just about all of them, to tell you the truth. And also we make a concerted effort to go to geographically diverse colleges and universities as well. So we cover the whole state.
Great, thank you. And then on equal employment, I know it's not within your area of expertise, but will the office be collecting information on complaints? Because it just strikes me that what we want to see is a reduction eventually in complaints, because that means that this action plan has been successful, but initially it may result in an increase in applications or in complaints. And so just want to get your thoughts on that, and whether or not, the next time around we'll be able to receive some information on, the numbers.
Yeah, I believe that the office already collects that information routinely, and they have to report it annually to CalHR. That's my understanding. I may be wrong on that, but yeah, I do believe that they have numbers of complaints data that they collect, and they will be collecting.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to include that in some form, eventually. And then shoot, I had one for Mr. Monteraro. I'm not remembering now, though.
Well, I'll just say, Vice Chair, I agree. I think it would be great for the EEO to have more data shared with us as to the number of complaints you receive, what is follow-up been like, what is follow-through. I think it'd be really helpful for us to understand that.
I remember the question now. Okay. So the question on the survey, and that's great that it sounds like we had an increase in participation, but if you don't have the information now, but in future updates, it would be great to see trends. What conclusions can you draw from the surveys? Because this will be an annual survey.
Yes, thanks. And I think we plan on making that presentation to the board once the consultants have had the opportunity to present the results to the larger management committee. That's the only thing that's holding us back from that, is we paid the consultants to have two particular meetings on talk about the results, so we can clearly describe the picture to you all. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you.
Sorry, I'll just follow up on that. I do think, this is, as this showed, there's been a process here in terms of developing best practices on hiring and advancements within staff. And now that I am concerned that I don't know that we're seeing the results that I think we all want to see. And so, just encourage that conversation to continue. I know we're updating our best practices, and recruitment, but I think I appreciate we have new staff and leadership at the Water Board on this. And I just am really looking for continued recommendations and improvements we can make to just make sure we're really honing in on what's going to make a difference. So, because I think we've still got a way to go. So appreciate that.
Thank you, board member.
Thank you again to the panel. And at this time, we're going to switch to our third and our final panel for strategic direction number 3. All right, and as our 2 panelists are getting settled in, I'll provide some grounding around strategic direction number 3. So direction number 3 is about activating Black, Indigenous, and other people of color communities' wisdom and sharing power. This is a strategic direction that really focuses on fostering open communication and engagement and removing barriers for participation. There are 3 goals within this strategic direction. The first one, engaging with Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities by providing effective language access services and accessible communications. The majority of those actions are currently in progress. The second goal, removing barriers for community access and participation in water decision-making by providing resources for capacity building, including funding, training, and education. Again, the majority of those actions are also in progress. And then the third goal of consulting, collaborating, and partnering with Black, Indigenous, and other people of color communities in decision-making processes. So to kick us off with this strategic direction, I'm going to pass the mic to Yvonne West, and we can go to the next slide.
I think your mic is off. Sorry, Ms. West.
Oh, there we go.
Good morning.
It looked like it was on. Good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board, Yvonne West, Director of the Office of Enforcement. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight a few of our environmental justice enforcement related accomplishments for 2023. The Office of Enforcement represents the water boards as a partner in implementing the Environmental Justice Enforcement Action Plan. This was a collaborative plan developed with Cal EPA and all the member agencies, along with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Region 9 enforcement staff. And it focuses on significant community outreach and engagement with residents and advocates in overburdened communities to engage them in our enforcement process and to hear their concerns in their communities. So OE, the Office of Enforcement, in representing the water boards, in coordination with the applicable regions in 2023, you see a list of accomplishments. We were very active in the EJ Action Plan 5 pilot areas to provide enhanced sustained community engagement. We actively participated in Kern, Fresno, Bayview, Hunters Point environmental justice community meetings, as well as facilitating focus group meetings in Los Angeles Environmental Justice Network, conducted multi-agency inspections in both Bayview, Hunters Point, and Los Angeles. And as part of the action plan, for the first time, the Rapid Response Task Force was activated. Unlike the 5 pilot areas, the Rapid Response Task Force is open to addressing community concerns on an urgent and time-sensitive nature when an incident occurs. And so in 2023, for the first time, it was activated in response to fires at the Schnitzer Steel metal shredding facility in the Bay Area in Oakland. And of course, coordinated, the Office of Enforcement worked with Region 2 staff in that response. And what's coming up going forward in 2024 is a continued commitment to sustained engagement with these community groups, along with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and their enforcement units, and continuing follow-up inspections in a number of areas, including Oakland and Bayview, Hunters Point. Again, in 2024, the focus will continue in the 5 community forums previously identified: Los Angeles, Fresno County, Kern County, and Eastern Coachella Valley, as well as the Bayview, Hunters Point, San Francisco. If you could go to the next slide, please. In addition to enforcement-specific environmental justice enforcement work, our office is also engaged in a commitment to look at our community complaint process. So the Office of Enforcement, through our enforcement roundtables with the regional boards and other offices, have started a discussion about how our community complaints are collected and reviewed. In this process and undertaking this review, we also identified and looked through and eliminated outdated complaint links and pathways, phone numbers, et cetera, from our website in order to make sure that when someone does file a complaint with our office, that it is received in a way where it will be acknowledged and actively investigated, reviewed, and responded to. What's coming for 2024 is that we're going to continue this dialogue and identify best practices for complaint receipt, tracking, and prioritization internally in our office, as well as developing guidelines, guidance for complaint intake, training our internal office staff on how to take in those complaints and how to process them. And then we're going to use that pilot program and share it with our other offices and regions in hopes that they can learn from our processes. So again, this is an ongoing effort. We're looking forward to finding better ways to be accountable and transparent about how we engage with our community partners in the complaint process. And that was my 2 slides. So hand it over.
Hey, thank you. Board members, I'm Jackie Carpenter. I direct the Office of Public Affairs, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our outreach to ethnic and BIPOC media under the Racial Equity Action Plan. So we have been, over the past year, reaching out to ethnic media outlets and also BIPOC media outlets, using and leveraging some relationships we've established with umbrella organizations, umbrella media organizations like Ethnic Media Services. We have been doing quite a bit of outreach, and I just want to thank the team for their efforts because, as you probably know, the media industry is struggling in a lot of ways, and that's very true also at the local level. We have been conducting outreach, but many of the outlets we've reached out to have closed, and so we're kind of going through a weeding process to find partners on the ground. We have, however, established relationships with 30 active local media outlets, some of which specifically serve BIPOC communities. And I just want to say one observation we have is that there are media that serve BIPOC communities specifically, they identify as that. And then there's local media outlets that focus on issues that are of interest to BIPOC medias and serve as an information source. So there's kind of like 2 groups, and they overlap in some ways in terms of the audience. So we have been reaching out to, both types of media, and we have established relationships with 30 of these and added them to our press list. And also what we've been doing is, in terms of establishing this relationship, is also wanting to understand what they're interested in and connect them with resources in terms of what's available on our website and how can we help them navigate the information that exists so that they can report on things that are of interest to them. I will say, since Ms. West is alongside, that one thing here that they are interested in is local enforcement actions, what's happening locally in terms of enforcement in environmental justice situations. So those are the sorts of takeaways we're getting this year after conducting some of this outreach. And also, it's really informed for us, our materials that we're producing, how to produce those materials in ways that make them more accessible locally, especially in terms of our regional boards work and in terms of the enforcement work that is happening to elicit that interest and to facilitate that reporting. So these are the sorts of takeaways we've had from these interactions this year. What we're looking for in the coming year is, as we expand the capacity of the communications office, is beyond just establishing relationships, but really having a working relationship in an ongoing way with the local media, and also to establish a small cohort of Spanish-speaking spokespeople that can be available for Spanish-speaking media. That is a gap we have right now, and it just takes some time, attention, and capacity to build that up. But I do feel that once we have that in place, we're going to be able to really expand our presence and reach and understanding among the Spanish-speaking communities. So those are just my takeaways from our work this year. Thank you.
And we can
sorry.
go on to the
Moving
next
on to you.
slide.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and to wrap up strategic direction number 3, I'm going to be covering a couple of different engagement resources. And again, my name is Adriana Renteria, pronouns she and they, Director of the Office of Public Participation. So the Office of Public Participation in the last year has really been focusing in on how can we build water board staff capacity to engage with communities as part of their projects. And the first resource I want to highlight is related to supporting implementation of Assembly Bill 2108. So Assembly Bill 2108 was adopted in 2022, and it added requirements for water board staff to engage with disadvantaged communities and tribes for projects where there is a potential water quality discharge impact. And in addition to that engagement, staff also are now required to include an environmental justice findings as part of their project findings. So to support staff with that engagement, the Office of Public Participation developed an equity and decision-making guidance document, which helps staff figure out when and how to develop a community profile based on their project, how to develop an engagement plan based on the goals of their project and their scope. And it also includes guiding questions to help staff assess the potential disproportionate impacts of their projects. So even though this guidance document and the associated community profile templates were developed in response to AB 2108, this is guidance that can be applied to many water boards projects. In the coming year, we will be taking a look at that guidance, that draft guidance that we developed, and improving and revising it based on what we learned last year. To support better engagement with nonprofits, community-based organizations, schools, and other key organizations, we've also developed an external contact list that water board staff can filter based on geography or topic of interest. And the intention with this external contact list is that staff are able to use that list to understand who are the organizations related to their projects that they may be able to reach out to engage throughout their project development and implementation. In alignment with the goal of building internal capacity, 5 Office of Public Participation staff received a professional certificate in public engagement from Pepperdine's School of Public Policy. And what we plan to do is we plan to take what we learned through that public engagement curriculum and develop our water board's public engagement curriculum so that all water board staff have those tools and resources, and so that we are beginning to standardize our expectations for engagement across the board. Lastly, we created a public language service request form that the public can use to request written translation and oral interpretation services. This is a form that is located online on the Water Board's main website on the right-hand side. And the form is available in English, Spanish, Tagalog, Simplified Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and Punjabi. And we created this form to make it more accessible for the public to request language services and also to file language service complaints as well. And so in the upcoming year, we hope to continue building on development of those resources and templates. And then one challenge I do want to highlight as it relates to the strategic direction is that related to community capacity building funding program. So this is a funding program with the intention of providing funding to support participation support costs. I want to highlight that we have not been able to find a funding source to support this program, but it is a really big challenge in terms of supporting the public's ability to engage in our complicated processes. So I want to highlight that as both a challenge and an upcoming priority for us. So with that, this wraps up strategic direction number 3, and it brings us to the next slide, which is a summary of kind of lessons learned. At this time, I'm going to just run through the themes, and then afterwards, I'll pass the mic back to Chair Esquivel. So as a kind of a recap of what we learned in our first year of implementation is Number one, we focused a lot on creating internal alignment and coordination. We are a large organization of over 2,600 employees. And so to create a long-lasting cultural shift, we really had to look at what are our existing structures and what needs to change in order for us to maintain racial equity and environmental justice as a top priority. And that included realigning of our program roundtables, adding standing agenda items in our standing meetings, and really keeping racial equity top of mind. It also included hiring key staff to help move us forward. So last year, we hired Veronica Farwell as our Workplace Equity and Inclusion Advisor, and she's brought on to help advise on policy and administrative issues related to internal workforce equity, diversity, and inclusion and belonging. We also brought on Brittany Evans as the Racial Equity Training Coordinator to help us implement and develop a racial equity training curriculum. And so those two hires are really key because it highlights that the water boards are dedicating resources to helping us through this culture shift that we're currently in. In alignment with building capacity, that still is a continued focus for us, a really big need for us to develop tools and training for our staff to have a shared understanding, not only around terminology, but how to use the tools as well. When it comes to expanding engagement, this is an area where, while there's a lot of desire and a lot of interest in this area, this is an area where we are still really growing and early in developing our standard engagement approaches. Even though in the last year we developed a lot of tools and resources, staff still need more training and guidance on how to implement those tools and resources. And I think at the water boards, we still need to establish a clear understanding of what level of engagement is expected for local projects, regional projects, and statewide projects. For racial equity tools, it's very similar to building internal capacity. We, in the upcoming year, our big priority is to develop clearer guidance around how staff can assess potential equity impacts in their work and providing the adequate training to help people actually use those tools. And then the last overarching theme of the last years of implementation is that in addition to all of the actions that you heard about today or that you read about in the annual report, regions, divisions, and offices are considering equity as part of their existing programs. And when there have been opportunities to prioritize equity in their programs, that has happened. So some examples of that that you heard about today include the work to protect culturally significant fish species in Clear Lake and the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds, and the development of a methodology to establish funding priorities for the site cleanup subaccount program. So these are just some of the key takeaways from our first year of implementation. And I would say, in summary, racial equity has remained a high water board's priority, and there's still a lot of work for us to do. And with that, I will pass the mic back to Board Chair Esquivel, and I'll ask that we move on to the next slide in case anyone is from the public listening in would like to contact us and connect with us further. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nartheria, for your leadership here and across divisions. I often reflect and have to start with just the amount of humility we all have to bring to a discussion around race, because we all bring our own personal experiences to it. Certainly, it's easily politicized right now, this work in the media and otherwise. And so just the level of professionalism and growth and the journey, ultimately, openly, that we're on in this discussion has been very rewarding to see, both internally, again, the leadership, but also importantly, externally, where so much of really the demand of a level of government here that is responsive to what are inequities that have existed. And in some cases, as we ourselves owned in the racial equity resolution, our governments were part of decision-making that created equities, very intentional inequities out there. So this work is around being just as intentional with ensuring that we have a society that is reflective of the ideals that both our Constitution, state and federal, but also that we espouse personally, are lived up to. And it's not easy. And ultimately, it comes with a lot of learning, because there isn't a manual or a book or anything out there that works through what are a lot of discussion and a lot of particulars around our programs that conversations haven't been had around. So just thank you, because the amount of progress we've been able to see within this year, I agree, we need to see what the data is starting to show, see what is working amongst the work, but just even forming the action plan, committing to the actions here in public by the leadership from the divisions. And the leadership I know that has been expressed here at the dais around the work is just very rewarding and with a lot of humility, though, that I bring myself to this discussion. So thank you for that. What I definitely see here is, we have a climate lens, an equity lens, and then the data that allows us to actually live up to both within our climate resolution, but importantly, our racial equity resolution here is a lot of work. That sort of Venn diagram of data, climate, and equity, I feel really spells out a lot of the challenges the board has before it in these discussions of protecting water quality, drinking water systems, administering water rights, funding those systems. And so I would just note, I think in this coming year, would really like to see how we use our website to continue to be a platform for all of the work that we're doing. And it was noted that DIT here amongst the divisions wasn't as I guess included. I think it would be helpful to include DIT because the way we use our technologies, the way we leverage those technologies to connect to communities is really central, I feel, to us continue to live up to a lot of this work. So I just wanted to kind of provide that gloss and direction. I think, again, I see really our data systems, the information we use to be the decision makers we are, to be so central to so much of this equity, racial equity and climate discussion we have, that it would be good to start to think through how better to incorporate DIT in some of this work. I know we have about 7 commenters, but look to fellow board colleagues with any additional questions or thoughts here at the top. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. So definitely interested in hearing from all of our commenters. I just wanted to start off with thanking everyone who has participated in getting us to where we are today. This is not easy work. It can take a toll. It can be personal. It needs to be done. Our board, we're here to implement Porter Cologne Clean Water Act, which I believe it's 52 years old now. Those 2 years went really quick. Safe Drinking Water Act, which will be 50 years old this December, along with me. Communities of color, experience an greater adverse health burden due to cumulative environmental impacts. And that's what started Porter Cologne Clean Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act, was that communities started really, speaking up about environmental impacts that they were seeing. Their rivers changing colors depending upon what was being discharged that day, sewage running down streets, and communities speaking up saying, hey, why are we all getting sick in this area due to our drinking water? We deserve better. So that's what started it. Unfortunately, communities of color were left behind 50 plus years ago. They're still having to speak up and to advocate for clean, safe drinking water, advocate for not having these cumulative environmental impacts in their backyards. So, that basically, it's the water board's mission. That's what we are here to do. So, because of this, I want to just stress that all water boards, all of our divisions and offices will need to integrate racial equity into their work. So that way we're actually achieving our mission. I want to personally thank each of you for everyone who has participated, for raising their voices to make the water board, starting to make this to be a better place to work so we can hear all of the voices. We need to hear from all voices. I want to make sure that is being done, because that's how we understand what our communities need, is hearing from, not internally and externally, all voices. That's how we're going to be able to help all Californians. This work has just begun. While we're making great strides. We've done a lot in a few years. we still have a long ways to go. So, thank you guys. And thank you for everyone who has participated, everyone who is raising their voices here today. So with that, I really want to hear from, our community, our stakeholders. Thank you.
Here. Thank you, Board Member Morgan. Board Member Firestone.
I'll echo all of that. I can't say it more eloquently. And just add, I think we've already seen today, and hope, we'll hear more today from many voices that we haven't necessarily heard from in the past. And this really does touch every part of our organization. And I think the fact that we had our deputy directors and from across the boards, and we'll continue to include more and staff across all the divisions, is indicative that it's not just Office of Public Participation or anyone that is responsible for this. This is a shared responsibility and priority, and one that we take very seriously here. And also one that we're really trying to be transparent and hold ourselves accountable to, and be honest about what are the things that we've been able to do and what are the things where we're running up against challenges and we're problem solving and have further to go. I also just appreciate the examples that were provided today around how important this builds on, Chair Escobar, your point, but just how important, if you can't see a problem, if you're not hearing from people, or if you're not collecting data to even identify that there is a problem, if you're not getting information on what people are actually drinking, for example, as one example, if you can't see it or you can't measure it, you can't address it effectively. And I think that's what a lot of the efforts early on have been doing, and surveys and these different things. So it's some important foundations and steps, but I do think we're at a point now to move forward, and while we continue to do that and need to do that, move forward into taking that to the next step, where we're not just collecting data and starting to more effectively and broadly engage with folks, but help make sure that that is meaningfully informing how we analyze our programs to inform our decision making. And we have a really incredible privilege serving on this board and being able to see the decisions across the different divisions that we're making that touch everyone's lives, whether it's funding or water rights or water quality. But there is a particular expertise in being able to craft a question to understand what data analysis is needed to understand how racial equity, to apply a racial equity lens to inform decision making. So for me as a decision maker, to be able to understand, how do I consider this maximum contaminant level decision that we're making? What are the right questions to be asking, and therefore the right methodology and data to use, and therefore the right information to help us make good decisions. And this is the kind of, we are a very data-driven organization, but this piece of listening and meaningfully engaging with folks that can help us ask the right questions and then have the technical skills to be able to apply that lens, I think we still have a ways to go. I'm really hopeful that in the coming year, we can help bring on more of that expertise and guidance, because there's a lot of folks throughout the programs doing their best to do it. And, I think there's great innovations, great examples of areas that people have been doing that, but we haven't been able to really learn from and provide the guidance and support that I think staff deserve and the public deserves, and that this policy necessitates to be able to help drive outcomes that can ensure that race is not a predictor of outcomes, be it related to workforce or environment, and certainly within our programs. So that's something I'm really looking forward to see over the next year, is that we can invest in that. I I also think this, I mean, this is so hard. And, I've seen for example, the cleanup program as an example. Like if things aren't hard, then we're probably not doing it. And in that case, that was hard. We're still working through that change, but we are changing priorities and we are making decisions about where funding goes. And we've built in racial equity and environmental justice into that. So we need to be able to balance this institutionalization and long-term culture change with immediate priorities and the impacts that our current decisions are having now. And we can't separate the two and leave either one. And so I do think, there are a number of things in our strategic work plan that reflect a lot of the particular priorities around racial equity and around just where we're putting our time to, as we said, I think protection of flows long-term and immediate term for culturally important species, for tribal groups in Scott Shasta and Clear Lake are examples of that, of us setting priorities related to what we're hearing from folks, certainly funding. And I just appreciate you being able to go through a lot of that, because that's something, sometimes these long-term change is so slow and frustrating, and you feel like you take one step forward and two steps back, or there's it's really challenging, as Nicole, you mentioned, just also personally extremely taxing and tough. And so I think being able to also focus on what are kind of the immediate decisions in front of us and how are we making real impacts and changes through that is critical, certainly for those of us that are relatively short-term on the board in the scheme of things, to be able to make sure that this is reflective of the priorities of the decisions that we're making every day. So anyway, longer than I wanted to talk at this point, but I really appreciate the leadership here, certainly from folks, and Adriana, particularly you, but also just how much this really is leadership across the board, standing up and talking through how we're bringing this into everything that we do every day, because that's the only way it's going to happen. And appreciate your leadership as well, Eric, and the priority you're bringing to this as your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. Agree. There's those balance of more immediate things that we can accomplish and longer term goals. And the balance as well is, and what I appreciate about this work is there are internal and external facing ones. It is about the culture and our institution, and also the way that we engage with all Californians and communities. And so just thank you for that. We have a few commenters, and so can go to them at this point, and would first call up Cody Phillips, who will be followed by Fred Briones, Regina Chicazola, and then Castle Willie. Casile, apologies.
Good afternoon now, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips, staff attorney with California Coastkeeper Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I wanted to start by saying thank you for developing this plan and incorporating racial equity into your decision-making. We strongly support these types of periodic updates like this to avoid this set it and forget it mentality that we often see, where powerful statements are made, but then no meaningful action follows. That said, we don't just learn from our successes. Our shortcomings often teach us the most. And part of this action plan is a way to hold yourselves accountable. With that in mind, I'd like to highlight 4 areas where we saw the Water Board fall short of its racial equity goals. First, Ag Order 4.0. We were disappointed in the State Water Board removal of the nitrogen application and discharge limits in Central Coast Ag Order 4.0. The State Water Board has talked a lot about its commitment to the human right to water, but its actions here really exposed BIPOC communities to polluted drinking water. What is most concerning is that the Central Coast Water Board wasn't trying to limit discharges around the margins of 50 pounds per day, but they're trying to deter the most egregious polluters from applying excessive nitrates that no crop in the world has the potential to uptake. These communities have been disproportionately harmed by nitrate pollution for decades, and the first time a regional board tries to control the harm to those communities, this board stopped them. Second, I want to talk about community capacity building. We were disappointed that the State Water Board has yet to develop a community capacity program. CCKA wrote and sponsored AB 2108 to require a community capacity program, and we introduced AB 12113 as a vehicle to fund that program. That legislation and AB 753, which was vetoed last year, was consistently undermined by the State Water Board. We hope that in the future, the State Water Board will work collaboratively with us to find a solution to send enforcement fines back to environmental justice communities that have been disproportionately burdened by water quality pollution. In the same vein, we were also disappointed to see the Water Board's efforts on AB 2108's disproportionate impact analysis. We did see great improvement on community outreach, which we appreciate, but the disproportionate impact analysis needs to improve. As a reminder, 2108 was intended to require staff to summarize the potential impacts a board decision would have on EJ communities and the possible solutions to minimize those impacts. AB 2108 was intended to give you, the decision makers, a summary of the impacts your decisions would have on EJ communities and the possible trade-offs you could alter to minimize those disparate impacts. As staff furthers the implementation of the racial equity plan, we're hopeful to see these analyses improve over time, but we would like to see them improve. And lastly, the denial of the Shasta petition. I spoke about this earlier today at the public forum. You denied our in-stream flow petition without any clear guidance on your next steps. And long-term flow management in the Shasta is not just important for the environmental benefits of protecting salmon, but also for the tribal cultures and economies that rely on them. We do applaud the board for doing far more stakeholder engagement and outreach than required in setting the emergency regulations, leading to greater understanding of the importance of these regs for the tribes in the region and how they interact with the Hmong community. That shows the power of this stakeholder engagement, but also the importance of long-term and predictable management for racial equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Really appreciate it. I believe Mr. Briones isn't on the platform, and so we'll go next to Regina Chicazola. I'll be followed by, and I believe Cecile Willie isn't on the platform either, and so it'll be Conrad Fisher after that. So Regina Chicazola, Conrad Fisher, and then Chelsea too.
Hi, and I do believe that Francis Mendoza from our organization will be commenting on behalf of Cecile, if that works out, because Cecile had to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that.
Anyway. My name is Regina Chicazola. I am the Executive Director of Save California Salmon, and we did help host some engagement meetings in tribal communities in the North State around the Racial Equity Action Plan. And we do thank this board for going forward with this process. We do want to mention yet again, we do feel like the language in the resolution that does speak to the loss of tribal water rights should be changed. And I know that there's been talk about how this is going to be addressed in implementation, but as we all know, especially when it comes to racial equity, words matter, and tribes have not lost their water rights. In the state of California, several tribes still retain them, and many more will probably go to court to show they still have them. And that particular wording does hurt us with EPA processes related to tribal water rights and water quality, and they also hurt us in water rights hearings. So as soon as possible, I think we need to change that wording, and we have sent in suggestions for that. Moving on to the Racial Equity Action Plan, I just wanted to say there are lots of things that we see that are very hopeful, and we're very, very thankful for this. I do feel like there are some issues as far as where the rubber meets the road, especially for North State, rural, and tribal communities. One of them is enforcement. We're very grateful that there are pilot areas for the Office of Enforcement and that there is coordination efforts with the EPA. However, the closest office that deals with enforcement and enforcement in general often doesn't make it to our communities in the North State just due to distance and priorities. So we would like to see more enforcement efforts within this region. We'd also like to see, it was brought up that the tools and timing for participation is just so important. It's really hard for our communities to make it to Sacramento. For instance, today, I probably couldn't make it over the mountain passes to be there in person. And while the YouTube platform does help, this is in the middle of the day and most of our members and people we work with cannot be here. So, you know, when there are decisions that really impact our communities, and one of them was the recent and the recent curtailments, and you did have meetings in the evenings for that, or at least later in the day, which I appreciate. But some of those meetings were in communities where we're afraid to go. You know, like always having those meetings, say in Wairika, where we get physically threatened when we go, does make things pretty difficult for us. I personally did not recommended people did not attend that meeting if they thought that they could be triggered because of the way we've been treated in Wairika in the past. I also wanted to speak a little bit to the 303 delistings. I think that's great. I would love to see the priority for TMDLs to happen in areas where we are seeing impacts to disadvantaged communities, I think is so important. A place where I haven't seen this work out is there has been a lot of requests within the Smith River estuary by the Tallahwood tribe to take action because there is still no water quality permit for the release of fungicides into the Smith River estuary, and it really impacts tribal foods. I participated in petitioning this board on this issue, and the North Coast Water Board has been moving forward supposedly for about 8 years, but we really need a water quality control plan and not just voluntary actions. And so now that gets to my final point, or 2 final points. One is that we really need to deal with having, like I said earlier, more of a stick. I am all about community solutions, but say in the Scott River, for instance, you know, the community solutions don't include the tribes, and a lot of times they don't include any communities of color. They're just coming from the ranchers, and they're inflating the information, and truthfully, under the curtailments in the Scott River, 1 year more water was used than in a typical year because of this. Last, I wanted to say where the rubber meets the road for a lot of communities, especially when it comes to the Bay Delta and North State communities outside of the Klamath, is going to be in the water rights permitting for these massive new water rights for the Bay Delta, for Sites Reservoir. And our communities need to be able to engage in these processes in a real way, and tribal beneficial uses need to be considered. And lastly, I wanted to say that there is supposed to be an analysis of the water rights system and how it's impacting racial equity within this process. And I really think that needs to be prioritized. Other than that, I really thank you. I know you guys are working so hard and things don't change overnight. But I think there's a few things we could prioritize to make sure that tribal communities can engage and be protected within this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. I really appreciate the feedback and always engagement on this and the items before the board. It means a lot. Thank you for that feedback. And importantly, again, as I said at the top, a lot of humility here, because I know, you know, we're not 100% living up to everything that we'd like to, and always open to, I know what is criticism, and here, a desire to continue to do better by it. So just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Conrad Fisher, be followed by Chelsea Tu, then Eric Oriana, and then Francis Mendoza. Mr. Fisher, good to see you.
Hi, thank you. Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust. I guess I'd like to start by giving kudos to the staff who did all of the outreach. I went to the meetings in Reading and elsewhere, and they did an amazing job. And gratitude that the board and staff have acknowledged this problem and the aspects of data transparency, and then just generally advancing difficult conversations. You've heard me a lot since this process began, but I'd like to touch on historic inequities that exist today still. We hear plenty about colonizers showing up in California and taking all the land. Well, my ancestors also took all the water. I am successor in interest to a senior water right for hydraulic gold mining, not because my ancestors mined for gold, but because my grandparents had the fortitude to buy a place on the Klamath that had this right with it. This is a right based on putting an entire creek in a pipe and washing away hillsides to the detriment of the food source of the people who live there. So that was the kind of water right that I currently hold today that I probably should not. And this happens throughout the state, not just from mining, but from flood irrigating, wasting water to do other things. So we've heard the Stanford research on just how inequitable these water rights are held. So we are faced right now, and I'm hoping the Racial Equity Action Plan and many of your other processes will address this in a more direct way. Rights to take water out of stream versus rights and obligations to keep a certain amount of water in stream. This is the historic inequity I'm glad is acknowledged in the Racial Equity Action Plan, but I would like it to be more explicit here and elsewhere. The language is consider impacts to tribal beneficial uses and cultural resources when developing and implementing in-stream flow requirements. So this leaves it open to possibly not developing in-stream flow requirements. It would be much better if it, instead of consider impacts when developing in-stream flow requirements, how about implement in-stream flow requirements that satisfy tribal beneficial uses and on a timeline. So that's kind of what we are hoping for. Often the feedback is we need more consultation and input. The board and your predecessors and staff heard more than enough input when developing tribal beneficial use designations that culminated in 2017. It was all laid out. Most salmon tribes want enough salmon to continue doing what they did before colonizers got here. It's really not that complicated. Don't need new science. Not saying we shouldn't do more science, but we don't need to wait for more. As CDFW showed in the Scott, they can give a recommendation based on existing science. They could do the same thing in the Shasta and elsewhere. And we don't need new laws or plans. We often hear about tribal reserved rights, which truly are not quantified, but we could just merely implement the California Endangered Species Act and the Federal Endangered Species Act. That would get us a long way toward protecting tribal beneficial uses. So those laws are already at your disposal. The denial of the Shasta petition was heartbreaking. I kind of lost sleep for about 3 days after I heard that. So if this is not the process you want, I would ask that let's figure it out real soon. We've been at this since I was a teenager. What is the process that's going to result in water for fish and tribal beneficial uses? The Shasta historically provided the most salmon per gallon in California. It's a great place to start. And with Klamath dam removal, it could be putting more than 100 CFS of water into the Klamath, which is not insignificant. But there's billionaires and centimillionaires who are taking it all out, and we're letting them. And the response is often about all the work. And again, all the work going on is amazing. But the true measure of success is how are our non-human relatives doing? And right now they are in the emergency room. When my family members are in the emergency room and they need oxygen, we give it to them now, and we don't take it away. We don't say this is a 1-year emergency supply. If you don't get over your cancer in a year, we're going to take it away. We're like, we're going to at least give you oxygen while we figure everything else out, a permanent solution. So while we're debating what the permanent solution is, let's get something at least so we don't lose another cohort of Shasta River coho salmon. Extinction is forever. So if we dither until we lose more salmon, we have lost already. So let's figure out something short term and not have a gap between emergency and permanent. And we are here to help in any way possible. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for yours and for the engagement, Mr. Fisher. Really appreciate the comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Chelsea Tu.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Chelsea Tu, and I'm the Executive Director of Monterey Waterkeeper. We work to restore and protect clean water for all in the Central Coast region. 6 months ago, I stood at this podium with families whose wells are contaminated by fertilizer nitrate. And the families asked you to maintain and even strengthen nitrate limits in the Central Coast Agricultural Order, or Ag 4.0. And after the meeting, before you voted to weaken nitrate limits or remove the nitrate limits, community members from San Gerardo and I were talking, and they told me that they felt confident that after you heard their stories of having to live without clean water for years and years, and also the stories of ever rising nitrate levels in their current well, that you would at least uphold the nitrate limits to protect their health. And I was personally hopeful that you would fulfill your commitment to the human right to water and also achieve the Racial Equity Action Plan through a protective order. As Mr. Phillip mentioned earlier, we're very disappointed that the board ended up removing those nitrate standards and prohibited the Central Coast Water Board from taking progressive enforcement actions. And this is all despite the fact that communities have spoken up and years of data has shown that there's high in nitrate and growing nitrate contamination across the entire region, especially in lower income Latinx communities. The board, of course, also decided to convene an agricultural expert panel and said that it would do that through a public process so that the panel could provide recommendations on how you could set nitrate limits sometime in the future. Half a year later, we are still waiting for the public process to begin with no end date in sight. And more importantly, the board failed to even commit to any timeline to actually start regulating nitrate pollution following this panel's recommendations. And in the meantime, growers are discharging an average of 10 times the amount of nitrate they should be against high levels of legacy nitrate contamination that's already in our groundwater. And thousands of Central Coast residents, predominantly again, lower income Latinx community members, do not have access to safe drinking water. So while the board continues to debate and action is delayed, the nitrate crisis in the Central Coast, and I might add Central Valley as well, continues to hit more and more communities, and it's becoming more and more costly for not just disadvantaged communities, but for everyone. So with all due respect, I have to ask at this point, how long is the board going to take to exercise your existing authorities to prevent and reduce pollution, as well as enforce against the worst agricultural and other polluters that are poisoning communities? How long will lower income BIPOC communities have to wait so that they no longer have to shoulder the economic, environmental, and health costs of unsustainable agriculture that they've already had to live with for generations? We recognize and appreciate your staff's efforts to increase outreach to and engage with community members, especially in disadvantaged communities. But I just want to be clear, these efforts are not measures of ultimate success in terms of achieving equitable outcomes. And equitable outcomes in this context can only be realized only when you do two things. One, commit to setting fertilizer nitrate limits by date certain as soon as possible. And two, in a broader scheme of regulatory decisions, that you as decision makers make sure that every regulatory decision you make prioritizes addressing historic and ongoing disproportionate pollution impacts in underserved communities. Action speaks louder than words. I think this is a common theme that folks have talked about today. And it's really the only way to demonstrate the values of equity and justice that the board has committed to carrying out. Communities will know that racial equity and environmental justice is achieved when pollution is reduced at the source and when they and their future generations will have clean water from their tap again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tu. I really appreciate your voice and contributions here to this. And although I'd like to defend and start to getting into the nitrate pollution work that we're doing and the ag order, I can't, unfortunately, but just thank you, and your points are well taken. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe Casil Willie might be back on the platform, and then after that, or apologize, Eric Oriana, Casil Willie, and then Francis Mendoza. Eric.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel, board members and staff. This is an exciting day. We're a year after the adoption of the Racial Equity Action Plan. I think this is really exciting work that advances justice and that seeks to address the inequities of the past is exciting work that should make us passionate, and just wanted to infuse a little bit of that in this work that we're doing today. I wanted to make a couple of, show a bit of appreciation for a number of things I've seen in the progress update in regards to the Racial Equity Action Plan. I want to recognize the decommitment that I've seen from the board and from staff members to create an equitable California that addresses the wrongs of the past. I want to take a moment to celebrate the commitment to racial equity this board has made in this plan. This plan outlines a map to address the decades of systemic racism perpetuated by the state and exacerbated by industry. There has been commendable effort to root out racial inequities, such as work done by the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office's staff report on the Tulare Lake Basin, which urges protection of drinking water resources, and engagement with underrepresented communities. And another example of great progress and effort to address racial inequities is the Division of Drinking Water's efforts to improve data accessibility of racial demographics, and something that's important to addressing the challenges we see in communities across the state of California. I also see the work that the Office of Public Participation has done to support underrepresented communities in the Safe Advisory Group as important to racial equity and achieving racial equity. These are all great things that the board has done. The sentiments, the commitments, the work, all important. And it's important to celebrate these successes, to recognize the progress, and also important to be real about the shortcomings that the State Water Board has yet to address. Primarily, we've heard it already, but the board's decision in its response to the Central Coast Agricultural Order 4.0 failed to uphold this board's commitment within the Racial Equity Action Plan. The board rolled back enforceable limits on nitrate discharges that were crucial for protecting communities of color's drinking water supply from ongoing nitrate contamination. Within the Racial Equity Action Plan, the board declared to this day, race predicts availability of safe drinking water. A shame, unfortunately. Without these enforceable limits, race will continue to predict communities of color access to safe and clean drinking water. The enforceable limits, again, were gutted from the Ag Order 4.0, and it perpetuates these disparities among Latino and farm worker communities when it comes to having access to safe and clean drinking water. I also wanted to call attention to the board's lack of progress on the community capacity building program. There was a mention of the lack of funding, which makes it challenging. And we recognize these funding constraints, but we request the board develop a framework of what a community capacity building program would look like if funding was available. Along the same lines, community capacity building, along the same lines of community capacity building and engagement, we're interested in providing input on the board's guide to engage communities of color. We hope to continue to partner with the State Water Board in its effort to make the racial equity a reality in California, and just want to express a theme by Abram Kendi that any policy or decision that is not advancing racial equity is doing the opposite. And so I urge you all to consider that and take that to heart in your decisions today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Appreciate your time, your words, and engagement on the project. They're meaningful and really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Castle Willie, be followed by Francis Mendoza. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon now. My name is Castle Willie, she, her pronouns. I am Pomo Paiute, Wintu, and Wailaki, and an enrolled member of the Walker River Paiute tribe from Nevada, and I am the staff attorney for Safe California Salmon. First, I'd like to say that I appreciate all of the work that staff has put into creating this action plan and really working to make it effective. I can't imagine how much work it's been, and I really appreciate it. And to go into my comments, first I'd like to address Action 20 to consider impacts of BIPOC, TPUs, and cultural resources. I won't read the whole thing. We appreciate that the Water Board has included prioritizing in-stream flow work with a strong tribal and equity focus. That's really important to the work that we do, and we appreciate seeing that. And also the note to establish emergency in-stream flow requirements for the Scott and Shasta rivers. I know that there are some issues there, but we appreciate the emergency in-stream flows requirements. Like I said, there are still some concerns about these watersheds. The note of developing science and options for permanent flow requirements in the Scott and Shasta watersheds should be more of a priority going forward, because these tributaries are so important to the Klamath River and the greater basin. We are disappointed about the petition on the Shasta River, as has been mentioned before, because it does put some of the equity goals at risk. Like I said, these tributaries are vital to the health of the Klamath Basin, which are home to several tribal nations. In addition, with the dam removal and progress, the water quality of the Klamath is of primary concern. And if the Scott and Shasta are not afforded urgent and permanent water quality solutions, it could threaten the work being done by KRC and the tribes on the Klamath. And so I encourage the board to really dedicate itself to protecting these rivers for the protection of tribal beneficial uses and the cultural resources of the Klamath River tribes. For TBUs, I acknowledge and appreciate the focus and attention that has been given to TBUs in the last year. The importance of establishing and implementing them to tribal communities cannot be overstated. That being said, I'm going to raise an issue that has been talked about before by myself and others, and I just want to raise it again here because it's an equity issue, and that is TBUs in the Bay Delta. Last year, there was a really strong panel on the TBUs, and participants felt that we were really on track that TBUs would be effectively incorporated into the Bay Delta plan for the staff report. But we felt the staff report fell a little bit short of our expectations on the issue, and we encourage the board to take this opportunity as the lead agency to establish these beneficial uses and really commit to racial equity. I'd also like to note that the regional boards are still behind of where I believe they should be at this point, and ask the board to take some sort of initiative to encourage regional boards to follow a more expedited timeline. For action 22 or 21, establishing a single point of contact to serve as a coordinator in the Bay Delta tribal engagement. This is something where I'm really thankful for the board for doing this. It's been really helpful to have a regular person to communicate with on this issue, especially as a tribal community group and not a designated tribe. For action 45, it says that there were guidance and templates developed for developing outreach and engagement plans. And I'd like to suggest that those guidance and best practices be listed somewhere, like on the racial equity website, because it would be helpful to sort of see what water board and staff are following and ensure accountability and transparency. Lastly, for action 48, I think this was touched on a little bit earlier, developing community capacity building for compensation for tribes and community partners. This is something that's important to us, I think, especially for tribal communities that live in more rural locations. It's really helpful to have monetary support to travel to water board meetings or participate in other ways. And so finding funding for that is really important for removing those barriers. Lastly, I just want to thank the board, again, especially board staff that have been working on racial equity over the past few years. And I hope that it continues to be one of the highest priorities within the board's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. I really appreciate your engagement as well and contributions to this discussion and continuing to again, provide us just constructive criticism and feedback here amongst, I know, again, a lot that we're committing to and know that we need to continue to do better by. And I appreciate the note on tribal beneficial uses. I was going to say, and I'd forgotten at the top, I wanted to make sure and acknowledge and are part of these discussions, I know, are the chairs and the regions. They have their own leadership, they have their own structures, they have their own racial equity resolutions as well. A number of the regions have passed them or are in the middle of doing so. And amongst the topics that have been coming up at our monthly chairs discussion has been follow-up on racial equity work, but importantly on tribal beneficial uses as well. And so I think we continue to have a really important opportunity and look forward to, I know, along with the colleagues here at the dais, articulating what that looks like this coming year, how we continue to live up to that project amongst, as you heard, a lot of work on the racial equity side, but TBU adoption, very proudly here. No other state in the nation has them. We're doing our best to lead our way there. So just thank you. I appreciate the engagement and feedback. Next, I'd like to call up Francis Mendoza.
And our final commenter, I believe, will be Tanu Malhorta. And you should be invited to unmute here. There should be a quick invitation for you to unmute. There we are. Apologies. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
See you too, Chairperson Ms. Esquivel. Good afternoon. Magandang araw sa iyong lahat. Ako si Francis Mendoza, yung pronouns ko, he, they, sila. Beautiful day to you all. I'm Francis Mendoza. My pronouns are he, they, and sila. I'm the Land and Water Justice Manager for Save California Salmon. I just echo the sentiments that my colleagues at Save California Salmon, as well as other partner organizations, tribal organizations as well, and ensuring that tribal rights, as well as BIPOC and other marginalized communities' needs are met when it comes to having clean water in their areas. Just want to echo the need to have the Bay Delta be a focus for especially tribal organizations that have the footprint in the Bay Delta, as well as the migrant farm workers, many of which are used in many propaganda from their organizations to advocate for water for themselves, when in fact much of that water is going to a lot of the polluted fields that are in the Central Valley, from alfalfa growers to almond growers to many of the big agribusinesses that are using that water for those purposes, unfortunately. I also wanted to echo what Casil said about ensuring that tribal beneficial uses, traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, are on the forefront of measures to be able to engage with communities of color, as well as indigenous communities in a meaningful and authentic way as well. Again, just reiterating the disappointment that we have in terms of our Shasta petition being denied. Want to ensure that that is something that can be put in the forefront in future meetings. And last but not least, I just wanted to thank you all for the work that you all are doing to ensure that water is flowing. Those in-stream flows are really important and essential for not only the tribal communities, but also for our Finn relatives as well. I'm an immigrant from the Philippines, so I have a lot of solidarity with Latinx populations, as well as tribal communities, being an islander myself. And I spoke in Tagalog earlier in greeting you all. Just wanted to finish by saying tubig ay buhay, which means water is life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Really appreciate your words here and your time in addressing the board. And our last commenter here is Tanu Malhorta. Oh, you're good. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Malhorta. And let's connect after the meeting. Thank you. I believe, yeah, that brings us to the end of our commenters. Again, the amount of engagement, the follow through, the leadership, it's all incredibly appreciated. I know we have a lot on our plates, and as we've committed and said, this is an important part of getting right. Again, the lens of racial equity that we're trying to apply to our work, so as to not continue to perpetuate the inequities out there, but ensure that our work is meaningfully bridging what is a huge mission before this board, as Board Member Morgan laid out, and that we're here to simply have hard discussions, and again, with a lot of humility from this seat, I know from everyone engaged. Anything that we heard though, board members, or anything else to follow up on? What I look forward to is not just next year's update, but I know all the work throughout the year that will go on and through it. But Board Member Firestone.
I know we have a big agenda, so I won't, and I've already talked a lot. I just wanted to echo those things, flag that I know for me, in addition to continuing to focus on really all of these priorities, but the development of the tools and support to build in racial equity analysis is something I look forward to continuing to follow up on. The capacity building, funding, and support for participation is something we have prioritized since the beginning, and we haven't found a pathway. And I appreciate you recognizing that, but that's something I look forward to leaning into more. And I know it's not for lack of effort, but we need to find a pathway there, and I look forward to engaging on that. And then and, you know, of course, TBUs, we have a process around. I'm really look forward to engaging on that. Just on the community capacity building and participation support, I do want to flag, if we can't find a better solution, I think we need to open up our SUP policy and look at how we can allow regional boards to direct money into environmental justice communities through that if we don't have a better one.
Let's talk offline on that, because I don't think that's actually something we can do.
Yeah, so hopefully we don't, but just flagging, figuring out how we can address that. Those are top priorities for me. And then I do think, you know, there's a lot raised and frustrations around, you know, a number of our decisions, but in particular, I'll flag just on the irrigated lands decisions. There's a lot of work going on. I know we do have a update coming up, even just from the regional board's efforts. And we've been actively working on getting questions out that we could get on the expert panel. So there's a lot of work going on. I do want to make sure we circle back with stakeholders. And, you know, I've been and will continue to be meeting regularly with staff on how to make sure we're moving forward, because I think the commitment's there, but there's a lot of actions and we need to make sure we're following up. Thanks.
Thank you, board member, and agree on the nitrate side and nutrient pollution generally. There's a lot going on, and look forward to our opportunities to be able to talk a bit more about it. Board member McGuire.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for the really amazing work. I'll have to say I was a bit of a skeptic a year ago when the Racial Equity Action Plan was first developed. Just seeing the number of actions included in the plan, I was wondering how much progress would actually be made come the first report. And I'm actually really impressed and amazed with what you have done, even though certainly a number of areas have been flagged where there's continuous work, you know, ongoing improvements needed. I think we all knew that was going to be the case a year in and 2 years in and 3 years in. This is a long-term process, but I shared the concern about seeing some short-term actions and benefits as we started down the path with the racial equity resolution. And I've seen so much here. Just really thank you for all that work. And I know it's not just the four of you I'm looking at. There's a whole bunch of staff. There's some sitting in the audience today, and others probably watching and have been otherwise engaged, and just want to share my appreciation for everyone at the water boards who's committed their time and effort to make the work that we do more effective in addressing racial inequities. To that note, I've been taking notes, and I really am also encouraged by the training modules and the curriculum and other areas that have been better developed. And I'm actually going to look into it myself as a board member. I've had a little bit of racial equity. It's certainly quite a bit of exposure here through the resolution. But for me, it's also a continuous learning opportunity in making sure that I'm asking the right questions and thinking through racial equity issues in the right way when making policy decisions. So I admit that, you know, I could use some additional training and also an understanding of how you're looking at issues through the work that's happening on the ground as I'm taking in kind of this policy information. And so I'll be looking into that. And if you can help me with that, I'd appreciate it. But also want to just plus up the input that we heard on AB 2108 and the environmental justice analysis. It sounds like some of that work has been done. It's starting to become more regular in terms of being incorporated into water quality control plans, permits, policies, and the like. But I could use some more information about what I should expect to see and how that analysis can help us make better and more comprehensive decisions down the road. So I think there's work to do there, and that's an area I'd like to dig into a little bit more as we go forward this year. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, board member. We're definitely I always find myself again acknowledging that we're all growing
certainly in this discussion together. And it's from that place of growth and desire to continue to better be a decision maker. And know that I myself carry around biases. We all in our decision making are human. And the more that we can be intentional and have words and develop a discussion here that lets us more fully consider the decisions before this board is really just critical. And so just thanks. I appreciate that. Yes, Board Member Morgan, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to, just again, thank everyone for all of the tremendous work to date. And also to thank everyone who commented and shared, concerns, also where, the balance of where there's areas for us to grow and also the areas where we've done well. That it's important for us to hear all sides, so that we can continue to do what we're doing well and we can know the areas that we need to improve on. I also just wanted to take a moment to uplift the chair's comments from earlier regarding transparency. We are collecting a lot of data, making sure that we are getting that data compiled and that it's available. It's there on our website, not only for us to see, but also for the public to see. And that also that the mission critical work that our training office does, making sure that that is continuing, that we're continuing to make sure that we're able to continue our training regarding racial equity, and then also the training from our EEO office. Because just circling back to my earlier comment of, the better that we can do internally on our growth, the better that we're able to serve all Californians. I want to make sure that we are continuing to all grow and make sure that we are achieving our mission as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Well, I think, and much has been said about, just thanking the team across the water boards, plural, for all of the really intensive work, and also presenting this information in such a way that we can build on it rather than just talking about it, but actually building on success. And the reason I wasn't going to say anything, but I just want to make one comment, and that's related to, what we're hearing is expression of frustration in several key policy areas. And I know that this is what the Office of Public Participation is working on already, but just wanted to share my thoughts that I think part of this process is that we need to be, as Board Member McGuire said, just constantly looking at areas where we can grow, where we can be more open-minded. And, maybe some of the decisions that we made were in fact wrong. We have to always be open to that we may have made incorrect decisions. And how do we do a course correction? How do we make an adjustment? How do we provide ongoing opportunities for the public to raise those concerns? And so today was one venue for that. But there are other opportunities for each of those subject areas, and a very intense process. And so I can't help but to say that, looking back at the Central Coast petition, we issued an order that had very clear information initially on East San Joaquin, and then in follow-up on the Central Coast, where we laid out our thinking. And so one of the concerns that I may have is that for communities that continue to be frustrated, sometimes we just have a disagreement of opinion and we can, leave it at that, but ongoing information and processes like the Ag Expert Panel, bringing that up and targeting, making sure we do a good job with questions so that if we need more information before we make a course correction, we make it very clear to the public about which venue, where to go, when that's going to happen, and provide that information so that they can be part of the process on building on change. Because the Ag program, just as one example, is not set in stone it's not permanent. It's going to change. And so, of course, what I think this project is calling upon us is to not only just look at those decisions through a racial equity lens, but also provide the opportunities for those communities to meaningfully participate. And so I guess I'm just, I know you're already doing this, but I'm just plussing up the desire that I think we all have for the Office of Public Participation to appropriately direct communities so that when they express those frustrations, they can be directed to a place where they can better understand, if they don't already, the history of what went into a decision and how they can participate in the future to make change. And I think that goes with, whether it's tribal beneficial use or the Shasta petition, there are a number of areas where I think, spending more time. And then the other thing that comes to mind is that, I'm looking for more meaningful engagement one-on-one, and I think we all are as board members. So these opportunities are wonderful and we need to have more of them, but to also, encourage, we are public servants and our job isn't just to show up at board meetings. Our job is to reach out. We need to be doing the reaching out, but also to have an open door so that for those that are frustrated and want to better understand what went into this decision, because it just seems flat out wrong. And, they're super frustrated, perhaps with additional dialogue, there can be, a greater understanding all the way around where, we can better understand those concerns as board members, but then we can also express, these are challenging decisions. And maybe the decision that we made, if we still stand behind it, that, we don't think we need to do a course correction, but to engage in a more meaningful conversation about what went into those decisions. Thank you.
Really appreciate that, Vice Chair, and completely agree. What I find I'm very proud of and fortunate to be at this institution, the State Board and the water boards, is that all of our decision-making is in public. We have very strong public processes and transparent processes that make us here to be the best decision makers we can. But it's sometimes difficult for communities to understand, well, where is the board in a decision, in a decision or in a policy space? And to your point, more clearly articulating and making sure that we're bridging to folks where the decision-making space is, where the board is in these various policy arenas, can only hopefully help to serve and bring folks to the appropriate point, if you will, within the board's decision-making. And sometimes that's not as easy to understand. There's a lot concurrently going on between the regional boards and the state board. And so just plus that up, and thank you for those comments, Vice Chair. Thank you to, again, everyone for this discussion, and I look forward to what is going to be further follow-up, I know, before we come to a full year, but also looking forward to this being a yearly event where we're really continuing to be able to provide the space for folks to provide us feedback, but also here at the dais, the board continued to provide its best sense of what is a really critical work before us. So thank you. That wraps up this item. And because item number 4, which is a proposed resolution adopting our prioritization of drinking water regulations for this next year, is going to be about 40 minutes. I'm not going to keep us over and do what I was going to do at first, which is not have a lunch and try to work through the agenda. Let's have our lunch. We'll have a 45-minute lunch and come back here at 1:45 and continue item number 4. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Those holding over through lunch, apologize. I was hoping to be able to get through before having to take lunch, but at this point it's 1 o'clock, so it's prudent. See you all here at 1:45, and until we return, have a great lunch, and we are in recess. Yeah, 1:45. Yeah. Yeah, is it still okay? 1:45. We'll all see you there. Have a good lunch, and we'll continue with item number 4. All right, everyone, we're at 1:47. Appreciate everyone's time. Hope you had a great lunch. I know I'm refreshed and recharged and ready to talk about yet another critical priority before the board and here drill down into the division of drinking water and priorities for this year. Just really appreciate Mr. Polhamus, Ms. Hall. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Escobar. Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director for Division of Drinking Water, here to be with Ms. Hall to present our priority work for the year. I'll emphasize at the beginning again, it's really not the order of which you will see things, but more how we dole out our time and work through different components from the regulatory standpoint that Division of Drinking Water does. So
I would just say at the start, I believe this year in 2014, a decade ago was when the Division of Drinking Water was first transferred. And so just kind of acknowledge that incredible span of time and appreciate during that time the Division of Drinking Water becoming just such a critical part of the board's work. It really pushed us into the public health side of the work we did. It always was there, certainly with source water protection, but being in folks' homes, if you will, setting maximum contaminant limits, overseeing drinking water systems. It's been an incredible decade here of work. And so just really appreciate that as we go into this prioritization discussion, and that this too was, here a function of how is it that we come to the board and incorporate the work of the Division of Drinking Water over these last years. So thanks to your leadership in what has been an incredible transition. And just at this top, wanted just to acknowledge that and thanks.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead, Mindy.
Okay, next slide. Slide, please. Okay, I'm going to start as usual by going over progress on recent priorities, follow that with proposed priorities for this year, and finish with a preview of future year priorities. Next slide, please. Starting with the prior year priorities updates, most recently the board adopted the Cross Connection Control Policy Handbook last December, which will take effect July 1st of this year. Staff are developing implementation guidance and preparing a Section 100 rulemaking filing to delete the existing cross connection control regulations from Title 17 and to reference those in the recycled water regulations. The direct potable reuse regulations were also adopted last December, meeting the statutory deadline. Staff are finalizing the rulemaking package for submission to the Office of Administrative Law this spring with an expected effective date sometime around the third quarter. Next slide, please. Going farther back, the revised perchlorate DLR regulation took effect July of 2021 and allowed for a two-stage compliance schedule to initially lower the DLR from 4 micrograms per liter to 2 micrograms per liter. And then on January 1st of this year, from 2 to 1 micrograms per liter. As of the end of the last year, all reporting laboratories were meeting the DLR of 2, with several laboratories reporting to concentrations as low as 0.1 microgram per liter, well in advance of the January 1st deadline. So approximately, data is always coming in, but as of the end of November, 45,000 perchlorate results have been reported under the new DLRs. Of those, over 1/3 were detections, with the vast majority made up of results for approximately 800 sources, serving 225 systems at concentrations between the public health goal of 1 microgram per liter and the former DLR of 4 micrograms per liter. So we'll continue to evaluate results as they're submitted and see what they mean in terms of a potential revised MCL down the road.
Ms. Hall, sorry to interrupt. Can you, and I'm sorry to do this, but can you just make sure when there's acronyms, at least the first time, just to identify what that is for the public and folks that are listening? I know you have a lot in these slides, and I just want to make sure everyone can track along.
The DLR is a regulatory level to which water systems have to report at least that low for it to count as a non-detect. It's a detection level for purposes of reporting. And I will be mentioning it again on other slides, so thank you. For the last update for microplastics, we had a statutory mandate to adopt a definition, a policy handbook, an analytical method, and to consider development if data were available for a notification level. So the definition was adopted in June 2020, but policy handbook was adopted in 2022. We have method accreditation available. We held a pre-monitoring order workshop last spring. ELAP, the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, or ELAP, recently received its first laboratory accreditation request. And
depending on laboratory capacity, we're looking to try to get monitoring orders out toward the end of the year.
And I'll just quickly add that USCPA just put out, excuse me, a federal register asking for testing methods for microplastics, of which they acknowledge ours, but I will file it once again to remind them that we have already done it for them.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I know there was a recent Senate hearing around microplastics as well. And so the issue has definitely begun to be elevated to the national level, and just incredibly proud, of course, of the work of the Division of Drinking Water and others within the state where we are a bit ahead here, and glad to be able to help provide our expertise as a national discussion happens around what are at first here, just even better understanding its presence in our drinking water supplies. So thank you.
Slide, please. For the first of this year's priorities, we'll be starting with several maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs. At the top of the list is hexavalent chromium. I'm going to reiterate something that we've said in previous years, and I think that Darren had already mentioned, but we want to stress here that while there are several maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, or other projects on the proposed priorities list, hexavalent chromium is our top priority and primary focus until it's done. For background, hexavalent chromium is a naturally occurring element found throughout California and is also produced by certain industrial processes. It has a public health goal, or PHG, of 0.02 micrograms per liter, or parts per billion, based on small intestine carcinogenicity, and a health protective value of 2 micrograms per liter based on liver toxicity. In its 2017 order invalidating the California Department of Public Health's 2014 hexavalent chromium MCL, the Sacramento Superior Court ordered the board to adopt a new MCL in compliance with Health and Safety Code Section 116365, and especially as regards to economic feasibility. Paying particular attention to compliance alternatives for small water systems and their users, and setting the MCL as close to the public health goal as is economically feasible. Because analyzing economic feasibility is at the foundation of developing the revised MCL, a review of various options and ways that we might consider it, especially for the multitude of small water systems we have in California, was undertaken in 2020 with a white paper describing the findings issued for public comment that March, followed by a workshop in April. Following the receipt and consideration of comments received, staff commenced work on a new MCL. Preliminary occurrence data were released that October, with treatment cost estimates released the next month, and 2 webcast workshops held in December. A California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, scoping meeting was held November 2021, and comments from the external scientific peer reviewers on best available technologies were posted in January 2022. A pre-rulemaking administrative draft was released in March of 2022, and workshops held that April. Following consideration of and follow-up on comments received, staff completed the draft standardized regulatory impact analysis, or SWRCB, required for major regulations such as this, submitted the SWRCB to the Department of Finance in December 2022, and received comments in return the next month. The notice of proposed rulemaking, along with the proposed regulation text and initial statement of reasons, was published on June 16th last year. 2 15-day notices were subsequently issued. The first for changes to the proposed text to require Tier 2 noticing for maximum contaminant level exceedances prior to the applicable compliance dates, and a modification to the compliance plan requirements, and the second to add material to the rulemaking record. The proposed regulation is planned for consideration by this board for adoption next month. Next slide, please. Second on our list of proposed MCLs are perfluorooctanoic acid, or PFOA, and perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, or PFAS, part of a large group of synthetic compounds known as per- and polyfluorinated substances, or PFAS. PFAS are widely used in nonstick cookware, food packaging, stain repellent, firefighting foam, and other applications. In July 2018, the Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water issued interim notification and response levels for PFOA and PFAS. In August 2019, based on recommendations from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, or OEHA, the division updated the notification levels and requested that OEHA develop public health goals for these contaminants. In February 2020, the director lowered the response levels for PFOA and PFAS and requested notification level recommendations for 7 other PFAS compounds found through water system monitoring. In 2019, to help inform whether to request additional PFAS public health goals, what public exposure there is and how much water might require treatment, monitoring orders were issued for approximately 600 source water wells. Based on the results of that monitoring, general orders were issued in late 2020 for about 900 wells located near prior detections, And additional orders were issued in 2022 to address Department of Defense sites. And in October 2022, all then existing monitoring orders were rescinded and new orders were issued to systems requiring use of EPA method 533 for analysis. Sources subject to the 2022 orders were selected based on proximity to likely PFAS discharges, as well as sources near to those with confirmed detections. So OEHA issued draft public health goals for PFOA and PFAS in July 2021, and they closed their second public comment period last August. We're expecting final public health goals anytime now. At the same time, EPA, we're also expecting the proposed US EPA regulations to be finalized any day, as EPA has concluded its public comment period and submitted the rulemaking for interagency review over this last winter. The EPA proposal includes maximum contaminant levels for PFOA and PFAS and a health index approach for 4 other PFAS contaminants. And when I get to the notification and response level work for PFAS, I've got a summary table with the numbers side by side. Next slide, please. While these processes with the WEHA and EPA are being worked through, DDW has also been working to develop information to support our own eventual rulemaking. We've been continuing to investigate the extent of PFAS contamination of water sources. Most recently, courtesy of last year's budget allocation toward PFAS research funding focused on method development and monitoring. Monitoring orders are being issued this week to water systems serving disadvantaged communities. Monitoring will start next month in April and continue over the next several months. As results come in from our contracted laboratory, notification regarding the sample results and what they mean will go out to water system customers. DDW staff have also been collaborating with the California Department of Public Health's California Regional Exposure or CARE study on PFAS, which evaluated correlations between exposure to PFAS through drinking water and blood serum levels. Overall, the study found that PFAS levels in studied Southern Californians were lower than those found nationally, that 43% of study participants lived in a service area with 1 or more PFAS analytes detected in a drinking water source, that for PFOA, PFAS, and the overall sum of the 11 PFAS analyzed, there were not any significant findings, but that for PFHXS, study participants served by water systems with detected PFHXS had 25% higher serum levels than those served with no detectable PFHXS. I think I have PFHXS spelled out on another slide, but I cannot tell you what it means exactly right now.
I think you get a pass on PFAS compounds.
Finally, we're also working on analytical methodology, both for developing broad spectrum testing to allow looking at PFAS chemicals as a whole, which is being funded by the same budget allocation as the disadvantaged community monitoring, and for validating a method for trifluoroacetic acid and ultra short chain analyte through our laboratory contract with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Collectively, this information, just to reiterate what I started, this information will be used to evaluate what public exposure there is, how many sources might require treatment, whether to request additional public health goals, and which of a variety of regulatory approaches ultimately to take. Right now, staff are considering pursuing staged regulations with adoption of the proposed federal regulations first, followed by, and then go through the monitoring that we're planning over the next year or so, get the methods finalized, and then potentially a sentinel or subclass or indicator approach that's more tailored to California's conditions. Next slide, please. So next is arsenic. Like hexavalent chromium, arsenic is a naturally occurring element found in soil and mineral deposits. It's also found in commercial and industrial products such as wood preservatives, sealed ant bait, agricultural pesticides, anti-fouling paints, dye, and pharmaceutical compounds. Arsenic is found in approximately 20% of public water system sources that also have hexavalent chromium present. The current state and federal arsenic MCL is 10 micrograms per liter, with a detection limit for purposes of reporting, or DLR, of 2 micrograms per liter. The Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, again, OEHA, has issued a public health goal of 0.004 micrograms per liter based on bladder cancer, and a non-cancer health protective value of 0.9 microgram per liter based on cerebrovascular disease. The United States Environmental Protection Agency, or US EPA, has established an arsenic maximum contaminant level of 0. Work on this MCL revision is still high on the MCL list. We swapped places with PFAS this year after hexavalent chromium and PFAS because it is by far and away our least protective MCL. A DLR revision is planned to proceed in advance of any MCL as part of the metals DLR rulemaking package scheduled for later this year. We're planning to issue, everything's after hexavalent chromium, but after that, we're planning to issue a call for papers on best available technologies prior to hosting a preliminary cost workshop and eventually publishing a notice of proposed rulemaking. This one would likely be a major regulation like hexavalent chromium, so it would have all of the extra components that the hexavalent chromium has had as well. Next slide, please. Fourth on the list of proposed MCLs is N-nitrazodimethylamine, or NDMA. NDMA is part of a larger class of disinfection byproducts known as nitrazamines and is formed in chloramine disinfection of drinking water and chlorine disinfection of domestic wastewater, unintentionally formed in certain industrial processes and formerly used in production of liquid rocket fuel. While there is currently no federal or state drinking water standard for NDMA, California's initial 1998 notification level was revised to its current 0.01 microgram per liter concentration in 2002, with a corresponding response level of 0.3 microgram per liter. And in 2006, OEHA established a public health goal of 0.003 microgram per liter based on carcinogenicity. That PhD is currently under review. Development of an NDMA MCL would follow release, as would almost everything on this list this year, after hexavalent chromium is completed. But in the meantime, staff did recently complete a multi-laboratory validation of an analytical method for nitrazamines in drinking water, and we're looking forward to being able to offer an environmental laboratory accreditation program, or ELAP accreditation offering, sometime over the next several months. That in turn will allow us to work toward augmenting the very sparse NDMA data set currently available to support cost and exposure estimates. For water systems, this does potentially mean monitoring orders. Staff are hoping, once we get the data in, are hoping to be able to hold a workshop on preliminary occurrence data and cost estimates over the next couple of years. Next slide, please. Fifth on our list of proposed MCL priorities is styrene. Styrene is an organic chemical, a precursor to polystyrene, and widely used to make rubber and plastics. Styrene currently has a maximum contaminant level of 100 micrograms per liter and a detection limit for purposes of reporting set equal to the public health goal of 0.5 micrograms per liter. OEHA updated the public health goal in 2010 to reflect its carcinogenicity and concurrently established a health protective value of 4 micrograms per liter based on genotoxicity and adverse impacts during gestation. Source monitoring shows little occurrence of styrene, with 5 micrograms per liter as the highest reported detection since 2010, and no detections above the health protective value in the last decade. Based on occurrence data, staff expect that attainment of at least the health protective value will be feasible. Rulemaking package development will continue to take a back seat until after hexavalent chromium is done, but we're currently projecting being able to hold a preliminary occurrence data and cost workshop not too long after that's completed. Next slide, please. Next on our list of proposed MCLs is a combined rulemaking for revisions to the cadmium and mercury maximum contaminant levels. Cadmium is a naturally occurring element found in soil and mineral deposits, metal plating discharges, runoff from waste batteries, plastic pigments, and galvanized pipe corrosion. Cadmium currently has an MCL of 5 micrograms per liter and a detection limit for purposes of reporting of 1 microgram per liter. OEHA updated its 1999 cadmium public health goal in 2006 to 0.04 micrograms per liter based on kidney toxicity. Mercury is another naturally occurring element found in soil and mineral deposits, refinery and factory discharges, and landfill and cropland runoff. Mercury currently has an MCL of 2 micrograms per liter and a DLR of 1 microgram per liter. The current 2005 mercury public health goal is 1.2 micrograms per liter based on kidney toxicity. The cadmium and mercury MCL revisions are being proposed to be combined on the basis of like health effects and similar treatment processes. While this MCL rulemaking will track again behind hexavalent chromium, DLR revisions are expected to be proposed with other metals later this year in advance of any MCL changes. We're planning to issue a call for papers on best available technologies along with arsenic prior to holding at least one pre-rulemaking workshop and eventually publishing a notice of proposed rulemaking. Next slide, please. Last on the MCL list, we have consideration of revisions to maximum contaminant levels for disinfection byproducts, including both total trihalomethanes and haloacetic acids. Disinfection byproducts are formed when disinfectants react with naturally occurring organic materials in the source water. In 2020, OEHA issued revised cancer-based public health goals and non-cancer-based health protective concentrations for each of the 4 contaminants comprising total trihalomethanes, chloroform, dibromochloromethane, dichlorobromomethane, and bromoform. The revised public health goals will be considered in the next MCL review. The current MCL is set at 80 micrograms per liter for the combined sum of the 4 trihalomethanes. Next slide, please. On December 30th of 2022, OEHA finalized first-time public health goals for 5 haloacetic acids, along with health protective concentrations for 3 of those. The current MCL is set at 60 micrograms per liter for the sum of the 5 haloacetic acids shown here. Both haloacetic acids and trihalomethanes will likely be grouped for combined MCL rulemaking for disinfection byproducts in the next few years, with NDMA possibly joining the group to allow parallel consideration of public health and cost optimization. Next slide, please. Moving away from the MCLs, 2018 legislation added a directive for regulation development to the water code and required that by December 1st of 2022, the State Water Board adopt regulations for risk-based water quality standards for on-site treatment and reuse of non-potable water for non-potable end uses in multifamily residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings. The regulations would not address untreated gray water systems used exclusively for subsurface irrigation and would not address untreated rainwater systems. The regulations are required to include, at a minimum, risk-based log reduction targets for the removal of pathogens, water quality monitoring and reporting requirements, notification and public information requirements, and cross-connection controls. In addition to developing regulations of our own, we're also required to act as a consultant to the Department of Housing and Community Development as they prepare any necessary corresponding building standards to support the risk-based water quality standards. Targeted stakeholder outreach began in the middle of 2021. Now that the cross-connection control regulations have been, or policy handbook has been adopted and will take effect this summer, this is now able to proceed. So formal rulemaking is expected to start in the next several weeks with the notice out and board consideration later this year. Next slide, please. Next, we have the lead and copper rule. For background, fixtures and plumbing materials are the primary sources of these contaminants in drinking water. Regulation is based on percentages of sampled homes exceeding action levels, requiring consumer notification and corrosion control, rather than MCLs with compliance assessed at the tap. US EPA's 1991 lead and copper rule has been revised several times now, most recently in January 2021, when EPA promulgated long-term revisions to the rule. In January 2021, under an executive order, the lead and copper rule long-term revisions, or LCRR, were identified as an agency actually requiring review. EPA delayed those regulations in terms of their effective and compliance dates to December 2021 and October 2024, respectively, while engaging with stakeholders for input on changes that could be made. EPA reviewed those changes and proposed improvements to the LCRR under a lead and copper rule improvements, or LCRI, rulemaking that they expect to be completed by the end of this year. The 2023 US EPA improvements was announced in November. Comments were due last month, and they're proposing to finalize these all by the deadline in the LCRI, so by October 16th, 2024. Next slide, please. Some key changes in the long-term revisions, which are in effect now but have not yet been adopted by California or that are in that rule, include the addition of school and child care facility sampling requirements. Sampling would occur at least once over a 5-year period, or on an average of 20% of facilities sampled each year. There were new tap sampling procedures, including sampling the 5th liter at lead service lines and using wide mouth sample bottles for sample collection. The LCRR added a lead trigger level at 10 micrograms per liter to prompt reevaluation of corrosion control, and added requirements for lead service line inventories and replacements for the entire service line, including the customer side, some public notification requirements as well. California submitted its deadline extension request for the primacy application last summer, knowing that the changes for the LCRI were on their way. Next slide, please. So key changes in the proposed improvements regulation include achieving 100% lead pipe replacement within 10 years, tracking lead connectors and replacing them as they're encountered, annual service line materials updates, so not just that one-time inventory, adding the first liter of sampling for sites with lead service lines, and then using the highest of the first and the fifth liters for compliance purposes, lowering the lead action level from 15 micrograms per liter to 10 micrograms per liter, eliminating the trigger level on the LCRR proposal, and I think addressing one of California's planned changes if that goes through. Public water systems with multiple exceedances are required to provide pitcher or point of use devices to each building occupant. And there's an option to defer corrosion control requirements for water systems that are removing at least 20% of lead, and certain galvanized service lines, galvanized pipe that's downstream of lead, was ever downstream of lead, or can't be proven to have never been downstream of lead, basically, per year for 5 years after triggering corrosion control treatment requirements. Basically, if they can accelerate their pace of removal to twice the required, then they can have that deferral. So California plans to pursue all outstanding revisions. We'll see how this goes through, but our current plan is to pursue all outstanding revisions to the lead and copper rule and its various revisions through a single comprehensive rulemaking.
And I just going to reemphasize that this is what US EPA put in their lead and copper rule improvement. Of course, excuse me, this board will get to consider the policy questions associated with each of those, and we'll go through and have a staff recommendation on it. So don't want you to think that we're listing here that we've preconceived. We're merely listing what US EPA is included in theirs.
Yes.
But that would be the minimum. If that's what US EPA.
We have to be as stringent or more than US EPA, right? So these would be the de facto unless we choose to be more restrictive on a particular item.
Okay, so that will be a pretty comprehensive package to consider when time comes for that. In the meantime, the smaller piece is the DLR revision for lead that would be proposed later this year. Next slide, please. So in conducting the most recent, we're required by the Health and Safety Code to periodically review maximum contaminant levels. In the most recent MCL review, staff found that approximately 1/3 of the contaminants with primary drinking water standards have detection limits for purposes of reporting, or DLRs, set at higher concentrations than their corresponding public health goals. For those contaminants, staff's ability to evaluate public exposure between the public health goal and the DLR is limited, as is the ability to evaluate the economic and technological feasibility of lowering the MCL. So staff has been continuing to coordinate with the Environmental Laboratory Technical Advisory Committee, or LTAC, to identify reporting limitations of analytical methods and to evaluate laboratory capacity and costs for reporting to lower concentrations. As staff determined that lower reporting levels can be achieved with adequate lab capacity, we're proposing revising the DLRs to allow collection of data to better inform the MCL review process. While we initially prioritized lead, staff had since decided to bundle DLR revisions for metals, as most are analyzed using the same suite of analytical methods. Following a series of laboratory surveys on analytical costs and capabilities, a pre-rulemaking workshop in November 2022 on a proposal of new and revised DLRs for several metals, including first-time DLRs for metals with secondary standards, staff are expecting to publish a notice of proposed rulemaking for this shortly after completion of the hexavalent chromium rulemaking. Work on DLRs would then continue with commencement of lab surveys on methods for probably synthetic organic compounds would be up next, and that would take place over the next winter. Next slide, please. Next on the list are primacy package approvals. California has been granted primary enforcement responsibility for the Safe Drinking Water Act, known as primacy, by US EPA for California public water systems. It allows us to directly enforce the federal Clean Water or Safe Drinking Water Act regulations. To maintain primacy, we must promulgate legally enforceable regulations for California that are no less stringent than federal regulations. This is typically work performed after the rulemaking is completed. In instances where EPA identifies needed changes, some items may require follow-up rulemaking efforts. For this year, the only item the board or public should expect to see is a package of minor revisions, including changes to address stringency requirements for the federal public notification rule. And a notice of proposed rulemaking for that is expected to be issued shortly after we complete the hexavalent chromium rulemaking. And then while this won't be appearing for a board decision, we were just informed yesterday that with passage of the most recent statutory amendment, California's public water system definition primacy application is tentatively approved pending receipt of the Attorney General certification. So we're looking forward to being able to report a full approval of one more primacy package by the end of this year. Next slide, please. Next, we've got 3 packages of notification and response levels. None of these are board decisions ultimately, but they are board informational items, and they are handled by the larger group of rulemaking and the related staff. In 2021, the Division of Drinking Water requested that the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, or OEHA, prepare notification level recommendations for microcystin and cylindrous bromopsin, and an evaluation of anatoxin A and saxitoxin data leading to a notification level recommendation if appropriate. OEHA provided their recommendations in 2 memoranda in 2021 and 2022, summarized on the slide before you, with the US EPA health advisories also shown for comparison. For background, microcystin is a hepatotoxin released by some species of blue-green algae or cyanobacteria. It can cause skin conditions such as rashes, hives, or blisters, gastrointestinal symptoms, allergy or asthma-like conditions, and liver damage. Pets and other animals that drink the water can also be sickened by this toxin. In 2015, US EPA issued 10-day health advisories of 0.3 micrograms per liter for children under the age of 6 and 1.6 micrograms per liter for adults and older children. Cylindrous bromopsin is another toxin produced by cyanobacteria and for which EPA has also issued 10-day health advisories of 0.7 microgram per liter for younger children and 3 micrograms per liter for older children and adults based on adverse effects to the liver and kidney. Anatoxin A is another cyanotoxin associated with deaths in domestic animals, livestock, and waterfowl due to neurotoxicity, especially respiratory paralysis. US EPA prepared a health effects support document back in 2015 in which it found insufficient studies and occurrence data at the time to adequately support development of a health advisory. And then saxitoxin is also a neurotoxin produced by some cyanobacteria. It's more commonly associated with paralytic shellfish poisoning. Since no validated analytical method is currently available for saxitoxin, we are working to remedy that prior to issuing notification and response levels for that toxin and appreciate the assistance of participating laboratories and water systems as we work toward that method validation. DDW staff expect to be able to proceed with notification and response levels on this later this year. Next slide, please. Manganese is a naturally occurring element and essential nutrient. Elevated levels in delivered drinking water may be episodic in response to distribution system maintenance. At high concentrations, however, it's been found to be a developmental toxin with extended ingestion at elevated levels, causing impairment to memory, attention, and motor skills. While there's no primary drinking water standard for manganese, we do have a secondary MCL of 50 micrograms per liter, above which manganese may cause discolored water and staining of plumbing fixtures and laundry. California has established manganese notification and response levels at 500 and 5,000 micrograms per liter, respectively, while US EPA has established a health advisory of 300 micrograms per liter. There's currently no public health goal. Last year, staff proposed revised manganese notification and response levels and did hold a board informational item last year, early in the year. Staff considered comments received, have continued to participate in industry work group meetings on manganese, and will be picking this back up following completion of the hexavalent and chromium rulemaking. In addition, a manganese DLR is being proposed as part of the metal DLR's revision package, and staff are also considering requesting development of a public health goal. Next slide, please. Notification level, picking back up on PFAS because they're showing up in 2 places here. Notification level recommendations have been requested for a total of 9 PFAS contaminants. Of those, notification and response levels have been issued for 4 of those contaminants, PFOA and PFOS, as discussed earlier. And I do not have spelled out versions of PFHXS and PFBS. I don't want to guess right now. Staff will proceed with review of notification level recommendations as they're received. No additional PFAS notification recommendations are expected until late this year, I think. And the table on the slide has just a side-by-side comparison because there's a lot going on with PFAS right now. So you can see the columns toward the left-hand side are the federal health advisory and proposed primary standard. And on the right-hand side, we have the California notification response levels and the draft PhD for PFAS. Next slide, please. Next, we have electronic reporting of drinking water quality data. Many of our regulations are heavily dependent on water quality data. Water quality data are necessary for compliance assessment, health exposure estimates, and economic and technological feasibility evaluations. We would like all of those analyses to be conducted with data in which we have a high degree of confidence, data of known and documented quality. The electronic format currently specified in regulations for submittal of drinking water analytical results no longer reflects either current federal regulatory requirements for data integrity and enforceability or the current data system. The Division of Drinking Water has implemented a data intake system that allows receipt of the data California needs ahead of transmitting the federally required data to EPA's data portal after conducting extensive outreach and training to laboratories serving public water systems. The current electronic reporting regulations need to be updated to reflect the specified data format. A 2022 statutory change now allows this rulemaking to proceed as an emergency regulation, and we expect to be able to issue this again after hexavalent chromium. Next slide, please. Since 1997, the Health and Safety Code has required that maximum contaminant levels, or MCLs, be set at concentrations as close to the public health goal as is economically and technologically feasible, placing primary emphasis on protection of public health, and then to come back and review existing MCLs at least once every 5 years to evaluate whether it's feasible to achieve greater protection of public health and closer attainment of the public health goals. When reviewing existing MCLs, we're trying to see if there are any technological or economic feasibility barriers to providing materially greater protection of public health or closer attainment of the public health goals as required by statute. Our most recent review is available on our webpage, and of the existing MCLs, approximately 2/3 are not yet at or below their respective public health goals and are being considered as part of this 5-year review. As the hexavalent chromium rulemaking permits, staff will continue on a comprehensive review of best available technologies and technological feasibility and be looking to prioritize MCLs for revision based on health impacts and other factors, including the Racial Equity Action Plan. Next slide, please. Last on this year's list of proposed regulatory priorities is a new regulation for drinking water. Health and Safety Code Section 116375, this is the mid-90s, has required that regulations be adopted establishing minimum acceptable financial assurances that a public water system must submit as a demonstration of its capability to provide for the ongoing operation, maintenance, and upgrading of the system, including compliance with monitoring and treatment requirements and contingencies. For privately owned systems not regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, the financial assurance may be in the form of a trust fund, surety bond, letter of credit, insurance, or other acceptable equivalent financial arrangement. These regulations have not yet been established. Inadequate financial reserves have been found to be a significant factor in water system inability to maintain compliance, and the lack of any financial standards or financial data reporting requirements has impacted our SAFER program's ability to assess both risks and needs. Formal rulemaking on this topic is not expected to start for a few years as we're continuing to gather data and information needed to proceed. Next slide, please. And then the preview of future year regulations. In addition to the proposed regulatory priorities for this year, we wanted to provide a sort of preview of additional topics and contaminants we're keeping an eye on and setting up for eventual rulemaking. Back in 2019, the Division of Drinking Water formally requested that a WEHA develop a public health goal for 1,4-dioxane so that MCL development could proceed. WEHA is working on that. We're reviewing available information on nitrosamines to evaluate whether to establish notification levels or request public health goals, and have been working on recently completed a multi-laboratory validation for N-nitrosomorphamine, I think, NMOR, so that we can collect the necessary data. We're also looking at potentially revising a suite of pesticide MCLs. There are a handful of them that look like we could potentially lower all the way to the public health goals without any undue burden to water systems or consumers. And so we're looking into that. We're also keeping an eye on Legionella and other issues associated with premise plumbing and are considering updating monitoring requirements. We're looking at potentially microplastics. When we did the initial review for microplastics to determine whether we could proceed with a notification level, there wasn't enough information or conclusive information enough at the time. As we collect monitoring data under the monitoring orders eventually, and as more and more cities come out with health information, we may look back and reconsider determination there. We will also continue to coordinate with the LTAC to determine whether existing DLRs can be lowered to values closer to the public health goals, and where to establish initial DLRs for contaminants we're considering for regulations such as those just mentioned. Next slide, please. So this is the total list of priority regulation work for DDW this year. To reiterate, it's not a ranking of the most important regulations, nor is it a list necessarily in order of completion. It is a list of the rules that we're proposing to devote the bulk of our rulemaking resources to this year. Some of these regulations are being developed, or they're being developed concurrently by staff across the Division of Drinking Water's Program Management Branch. Next slide, please. And then to give a better idea of the timelines for these, this slide shows the projected rulemaking schedule for 2024. Note that not all of the priority regulations will be completed in this timeline. We're expecting a few will. You can see the uptick in activity for other packages after we complete hexavalent chromium in the latter half of the year.
Happy to take any questions.
Much appreciated. I know there is a ton of work obviously going on at the Division of Drinking Water. And just because I know folks from the public may be tuning in, as the board does work here on contaminants of emerging concern and, PFAS and other things, it's important to note that the great safety that really is within, that we have within our drinking water system here within the state. We have the Division of Drinking Water. Not many of other states have an agency that's able to set maximum contaminant limits absent the federal work that goes on. California, and here as the federal government looks to finalize PFOS and PFOA, the first that's come, new maximum contaminant limits that have come around in a few decades. The board has been able to adopt 123 TCP, and here again, as we saw with all this work, do a lot to be protective of public health. So Californians should feel incredibly proud and know that we have some of the highest standards, not just nationally, but internationally for drinking water, and still yet here have our mind and our works and attention on contaminants of emerging concern like microplastics, like PFAS, and again, the workload that we saw before us. So just at the top, I guess, just kind of noting the balance, hopefully, that in the message that folks hear from us, that although there are contaminants of emerging concern to be concerned about, and we're here to be thinking and addressing them, thinking through and addressing them, that the water supply within the state is one of exceeding quality when we look at, but still we know with Californians without access to clean water, with many communities here generationally not having had access, that it really does break down to really what the local conditions are, what your potential contaminants are, and the challenges to your drinking water systems. But again, wanted to at least kind of balance out that message and help folks understand that they should have great faith in majority of their water systems here, even as we again discuss these emerging contaminants.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. That's definitely important to point out. We, pride ourselves on 98% of the population of California gets water to standards day in, day out. And of course, we do deal with the ones that don't have it that are just as important. As you were talking, it reminded me, I'm going to go from memory so that the numbers might be slightly off, but not only do we meet the federal standards, but we have 25, I believe, MCLs that are at a more health protective standard than the federal numbers, and 13 MCLs that the federal government doesn't even have, to just kind of show the progressive nature of California's water safety program for our citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I just want to kind of follow that thread, and I'll have some comments, I think, after public comment as well. But just on that, I was reflecting on the input we heard this morning during public forum from the city of McFarland, and specifically on their issue about concerns regarding public communication and the notices that they have to send out. It wasn't clear to me whether they were, where that fit within our space and what's required or not. But clearly there was a lot of information coming out through the media, through different forums, and it is getting to the point of being confusing, and maybe even the city was having a hard time keeping up with providing current and accurate information to folks. So just as we're thinking through these packages, I saw the consumer confidence report is on there, different ways that we can help small water systems in particular improve the clarity of communication and maybe the regularity of communication in ways to help ensure that the correct messaging is getting out to customers, ultimately to citizens who rely on public entities to help communicate that, whether their water is safe or whether there's a concern with a given constituent. I just, because those folks came in this morning, I wanted to just emphasize how important that is for us as a state, as a leader, for thousands of water systems here to help them be successful in getting the message out about the safety of their drinking water supplies.
Yeah, excellent point, Board Member McGuire. And I think it behooves me to just mention that most of the noticing that happens is precautionary. And that was the case in McFarland. They did have a slight deviation above, but the notices have gone out as the well is actually either achieving standards, which is the current tests, but it's actually not being used. It's on standby. And so it could come back on, right? And so we warn people in an abundance of caution that this could happen and to take the steps necessary. And we probably should work on how we can better communicate those messages. It's not what you're drinking today, but it is a concern for the future type of component. And I did talk with the mayor a bit during the board meeting. We stepped out and I wanted to make sure he got back to his busy schedule as well, certainly. And we'll work with them on the noticing. There are some unfortunate components, both comes from the feds and in our regulations of health language we have to use, which is certainly intended to be clear, but sometimes clarity makes it complex and hard to understand. And we'll work with them to make sure that they can have their add-on messages to try to help people better understand what is going on in McFarland and the steps they're taking to try to improve their situation and make sure that they don't serve water. They're being very conscientious, and we should applaud their efforts and the noticing they did.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that additional outreach. And I don't think our work is going to get any easier in that space. As we're looking at the CECs and the PFAS and not really even, having a hard time even identifying, there's 12,000 different PFAS constituents potentially, right? Or more, who knows? Seems to grow every day.
Yeah, it grows every time. And then we added this new one, the what are they? The
trifluoroacetic acid. It's not on EPA's working definition of PFAS, but there are other working definitions out there, and it's one of the small ones that skates through sometimes.
Right.
So we're just trying to get ahead of the game with methods.
It's like a branched PFAS. So it's not technically a single line carbon chain. And so it's like, basically there's an infinite number that can be produced. So yes, we do need to definitely contemplate that and get ahead of that. And I would say the one that scares me the most, the one that gives me most pause to make sure that we communicate it effectively, is when we deal with disinfection byproducts. Being a health professional here at the board for drinking water, nothing is more important than making sure we use, chlorine and other disinfectants in our drinking water. It's been generations since we had typhoid in water and other, waterborne diseases. And so we've forgotten how horrible those things were and what a big improvement our lives all took when we started adding those. Now we have learned that we cause other issues and we need to make sure that we're doing the best we can, but communicating around the haloacetic acids, trihalomethanes, NDMA will be critical. Like we should not be scared of, our disinfectants, but we want to do the best job with them we can. And that'll be a really tricky balancing communicating point.
Yeah, and that's going to be a trick here. The more constituents we look at, the better our laboratory capabilities are, which is remarkable. The science and technology that we have today to look at the parts per trillion level of constituents, but the more difficult it is to treat and remove those constituents as well. And so there's a challenge and there's a trade-off and balancing that's always going to come. And a lot which we've experienced with ongoing rulemaking processes and just how challenging that is. And you add more and more to the mix, it's not going to get any easier. And so you throw that in with the balancing for public health protection, and it's a challenge going forward. We're leaders in California. I believe that we're doing the right thing. We're looking out for our fellow Californians, and that's absolutely what we should be doing here for drinking water. But just want to be upfront about just how challenging I think it's going to be. So thank you.
Really appreciate it, Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So just wanted to take a moment to thank you for bringing this item to us again. I think it's really helpful to have the time to really talk about the priorities, in the order, somewhat the order, but just really what is coming up. And so that there is an understanding of just the workload and the multitude of items that's coming from the division before us. Also, I want to thank you. You didn't really hit on it today, but I know last year you did. Just also the prioritization of taking into account the treatment techniques and making sure that you're taking a look at and grouping those, so that way you're also moving things along in an efficient manner and thinking about the communities and what type of treatment that they're going to be using, so that you can group the MCLs and the rulemakings, and so that so it's more efficient for communities. And you're taking, and on slide 27, you do list on here financial assistance and working with our with your coworkers, within the Division of Financial Assistance, to make sure that there is also a component that you're working together to make sure that things are moving forward. Just with the conversation that was just being had, communication is key. And so just also working with the Office of Public Participation on how we communicate, as we were here just this morning, that for many communities that have been underserved in the past, there is distrust. And as we look at this list, there's also just that thought of, well, is my water ever going to be safe? They're just, there's all these more that are coming out. And communication is going to be key of how we communicate, just as you're speaking about, chlorine and how we disinfect. It's a good thing. It's positive. I know that technically. I fully understand what it is. But it's then taking that technical knowledge and translating it into something that is palatable to those who have been underserved, who have not been heard in the past, and making sure that we're able to effectively communicate why is it good, and how is it to be properly managed so that it is a benefit for the community. The same with, as we're moving through perhaps a never-ending list of MCLs as we continue to learn more. But why is it today that the drinking water is safe in some areas? When we finish a project, why is it safe then? But then later we're coming again and making another rulemaking and having a new MCL. But being able to communicate that to communities and helping them to understand this process is going to be key as we move forward, especially within the racial equity space. Thank you.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member Vice Chair.
Really good discussion. It just strikes me of the multiple opportunities that we have every step of the way as we are working on an MCL. That's the time to explain the process, and that it's never ending, and that's in the public's best interest. But educating every step of the way. The question that I have for you is lessons learned on Chrome 6 and the multiple revisions that needed to be done. And maybe now is not the right time. Maybe we wait until post-adoption. But when I first came to the board, I was really looking for a sort of a template that we could use for economic analyses and because it's required for the adoption of MCLs. I know you put a lot of work into it, the white paper and all that, and then just in the end, it being so case specific. And so looking at the economic analysis, multiple treatment opportunities where we can consider groupings. There's probably a number of areas that we could look at with respect to Chrome 6 and how it might better inform us for the future.
Yeah, no, thank you. Those are definitely good points. I do think about it quite a bit. And I was looking at the, as Melissa was going through the magnitude of the different steps we've taken on Chrome 6 to dot every I twice and cross every T 3 times, I think, to make sure that we were there. It is an unusual process just because of its history associated with it and the fact that it came back to us, after a court finding. So we're being extra cautious there. We certainly know it has a higher likelihood of being litigated. So it has its lessons learned though, but I do want to say the other thing that occurs to me is that what was happening while we were doing it was COVID and the world changing under our feet, and that drove the cost changes dramatically. We found ourselves having to redo those several times just because the economies were changing on all of us, and that probably cost us a year or two of time just to redo those. Our staff were good at it, but it's a lot of work to do it. And, we did it for every known Chrome 6 source. So it's not like it's a rough estimate. It's, it's a calculation based on some presumptions, but, our database is huge that looks at it. And so it's complex and it takes its steps. I think there are definitely some lessons. We had arsenic on the list, as was mentioned earlier, as kind of a, hey, there are 20% of systems that have an overlap between the two. And we wanted them to know that as they're contemplating Chrome 6, they should be looking to the future as well about how they might be handling that in their treatment train and their designs. And certainly as we go into the PFAS, we're not going to write 12,000 MCLs. That would be insane and impossible, simply. But we do need to have a way to address them broadly. And we are working with our partners at US EPA and other lab community and water system community to try to understand if we could do a treatment technique approach that would then broadly address a huge amount of PFAS. It's, completely uncertain at this point, but, we know that I don't want water systems to feel like they're going to chase one PFAS MCL after another. And, we are a little behind some other states on actually setting regulatory numbers, but I think the states that did set them earlier are going to be revisiting those. They were kind of a more political exercise than science and fact driven in some instances. And so, I feel good about where we're headed with that. And that is a lesson we're taking into it as well. But point well taken, I told the team that after Chrome 6 is passed, they get a month of brain rest. And that'll be the time they can think through all of the lessons they want to bring forward of from them, because we need to hear from them. They dealt with it more directly. And I don't know, Melissa, if you wanted to add some as well.
Darren said we get to party for a month after Chromium is done. And our unit's idea of this party is probably the MCL prioritization and what can we take from this process and apply to the overall approach when we're not in the middle of it and we've got opportunities to be more proactive in our process.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, great discussions and points. The only thing I was going to add is that maybe leaning into your last reflection is just on the quintennial MCL reviews as you're thinking about, this is a really great transparent process. for all the reasons we've already discussed, gives water agencies a chance to also kind of see what's on the horizon, because the investments that they're making take a while, and any kind of infrastructure project is not overnight. And so everyone needs to be planning ahead, so that folks can be ahead of any new MCLs, and that is always evolving. But I just think that, you reflected in the last item about, the challenges our data has around not having the quality of water that actually reaches a tap necessarily, and some of the pilots you're doing around distribution system contaminants. I just think as we look to develop our priority list, and for next year, or probably this sort of 5-year review, just being able to connect with especially some of the environmental justice stakeholders. And I think of, certainly there's NGOs, but there's also the Safer advisory group, kind of individual leaders that are really engaged in this. But just as people to talk to about what are the questions to be asking in terms of what are priorities, how to bring a racial equity lens into setting priorities, because all of these things are important. And there's lots of different reasons that we may set one priority or another. I mean, just looking at this year, there's some things that we just need to get off our plate, and we need to clear the deck. It's pretty much ready to go, and it makes sense to get those done. There's other things like Chrome 6, which are huge. And obviously we're also trying to clear the deck on that. But even just in the ones that you have listed for coming up next year, or the next couple of years, I think I mentioned this, but one for dioxin, I think is mostly probably in communities of color in LA, certainly lead and copper rural is something that I know has been particularly important in old housing areas, or older plumbing areas. And then I think secondary contaminants as well are just things that I think we've heard already from communities of color and environmental justice groups. But I would love to have a more, even if it can't be what we'd want it to be, of like, what are people actually getting in their homes? If we could have a analysis that could help us inform that could be more of a rigorous quantitative analysis that was informed by what are the questions we want to ask to be able to bring that analysis into our decision making on what to prioritize, because all of these things are important. That's one piece of all the things that we consider and you all consider in prioritization, but it's harder than one would think to really bring that in. And so I just hope that we can try to do that over this coming year and into that 5-year review a little bit more, and happy to work with you all. And, I know you guys have been thinking about that. You reflected on it in the last agenda item, but just wanted to reemphasize. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire.
Well, since we started down the prioritization discussion, I want to pile on a little bit. And that is that when we're thinking, those are great points. And I agree that we should be thinking about those different factors. And I agree there's things on the list currently that are kind of clear to the deck that have been on there for some time. There's others that have popped up and, over the recent years have increased in priority due to information as we've learned more about it. And PFAS is the best example, right? Where it, I would say, skipped over a number of other constituents that were probably already in line, maybe arsenic or others, because the concern and the, you know, the very valid public health concern about PFAS and everything that we're learning about it. So for me, that just raises the question, what's the next PFAS, right? Is there another PFAS, or what's the next thing out there that might suddenly jump to the top once we learn more about it? And so that's where I think we have an opportunity here in your 1 month break to to not just think about the MCL setting process, but maybe the overall process of how does a constituent become a CEC in the first place? There's different mechanisms for that, both at the federal level and I think even at the state level. And then where do we go from there? You know, when does it get to the point of saying, you know, time out, we need a notification and a response level. In order to do that, we need to call on our partner with OEHA to start a process in making their recommendations, starting to look at health risks. We may need to request a public health goal and start on that process. Because what happens then, of course, is that water systems get that information and start to get concerned as well about, hey, are my customers getting that same drinking water, that constituent that we're beginning to have some concerns about? And those that can afford it, those that have the resources, in many cases, they will go full in and either remove the source and go to an alternate, or they'll install treatment proactively, even before there's an MCL, way before there's an MCL. And that we've been seeing that with PFAS. It's a great example. And so I think some discussion and some better awareness and maybe thinking through the process of how do we prioritize these constituents, how do we identify them, might warrant some more public discussion. And I don't know exactly what that could look like, but it's something I don't think we've talked about a whole lot and maybe is not well defined. I think this resolution is great. I think it's a good process. In the 10 years that DDW has been here, I think it's really effective at communicating the priorities and what you're working on. But I think there's a little bit more to the story, and just trying to figure out what that, you know, how we can do that in a public way, still messaging and working on all those things, but open to thoughts and maybe teeing up a future discussion or information item or some sort of means to have this conversation.
Yeah, great points, Board Member McGuire. And I've definitely been thinking about that some. You know, we had a conversation about this, you and me, a little bit back. And so I've been pondering it, and I don't have a great answer yet. I do agree that we need to make it, we do need to be able to daylight stuff a little earlier. We are definitely taking steps there. Certainly people should realize that we don't dream it all up. As you mentioned, you know, microplastics was started by legislation for us. Federal government brings PFAS to our table. You know, there are some that we're picking up on our own, not by ourselves, but you know, manganese has been addressed by several other states. Arsenic as well, you know, have moved ahead of where the feds are, which are signaling that we're not just thinking of it on, you know, completely separately from them. And so it would be, I think there is a call for trying to figure out a way to have a public session for input on from all members of the public, the water systems, the consumers, the advocates, on what they might want us to spend our time and look into. It is always, though, a little bit tricky because there's a bit of crystal ball component with it. And it is a little like with microplastics, right? I mean, we all think they're not bad for us, but we don't have the health data to really back that up yet. And, you know, PFAS started that way a little bit, but then it, you know, came to light that there were some people that knew since the 70s it wasn't bad for us, that, you know, then it came out. So it's a bit of back and forth, and it's not a perfect process, but you know, putting some more light on it would be helpful for all of us. And we are contemplating trying to how to maybe do that in this fall of this year or something like that, when we have time to get to it and bring that forward.
Yeah, I appreciate the points, Board Member, and know, you know, we've had discussion around, well, just the fact, say, arsenic, you know, far worse human health impacts than, say, PFAS, which are long-term cancer numbers as opposed to more immediate and acute responses. So that alone, you know, what do we do around really trying to prioritize around what is most impactful to public health, is one aspect certainly of a lot of balancing. And it does, to, Mr. Polhamis's point, come up sometimes because of legislative intent, less kind of our own steam or what might be out there. But I think it's better to always be looking to build that better mousetrap, especially when it concerns public health. I think for me, regrettably, though, the reality is that we're kind of left at, as we know, at the tail end of what is a broken chemicals regulation, industry, that we don't regulate the chemical industry very well within the state. I think we have to be or within the nation rather, we have to be very honest about that. It's constituents come on the market, become widely used, and then become the issue of water systems and others down the line to kind of deal with. So I think what we can do at least is, at least commit to making a better mousetrap on our side. And when it comes to the considerations and how we prioritize, do better, if not regrettably kind of at the tail end of what feels like an ongoing just treadmill of, well, what's going to come up next? What is out there? And there's a lot out there, and there's a lot more being released out there is the unfortunate answer to some of the challenges with the degrading quality of drinking water.
And if I just may quickly add, Chair Esquivel, the other thought that's super important here and that I struggle with a lot, and was mentioned by several board members as well in their comments, is the communication of the risk. We like focus in on Chrome 6 and we talk about it, and then we move over to arsenic, but we haven't done a good job in our consumer confidence reports or other things of talking about the gradation of risk that really is there and which ones you should be afraid of. I think even me and my trained group of professionals at it can get sucked into being a little bit siloed and not step back occasionally and talk about where the risks are. And the most biggest point of that is with the disinfection byproducts. Not having chlorine and disinfected drinking water is deadly and was proven to be for centuries. And we've had a blessing of understanding that. And now we have, a much lower, but, we have to decide what is an acceptable cancer risk associated with the fact that we keep people from dying. And how do we, make the public understand those complexities and communicate it effectively is hopefully where we can get as a water industry. I talk about this with my other state counterparts at our conference nationally all the time, and we all struggle with it. No one's quite cracked the code on it, and at times I feel like we become too simple. We want it to be safe or not safe, and there really isn't any such thing in anything we do in a human endeavor. It's always got some gradation of gray between them, and hopefully we can find ways to better communicate that.
Here. Appreciate that, Mr. Polhamis. Appreciate the discussion here at the dais around this. We have one commenter at this point, so we can go to them. I'd like to call up Tim Worley. Mr. Worley, thank you for sticking with us today.
Yes, it's been a long day. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and thank you, members of the board. Yes, I am Tim Worley. I'm the Managing Director of the Community Water Systems Alliance, which is a group of medium to large-sized water agencies formed to assist smaller water systems. I requested to speak on this item following some discussion by our members last week, and I will note that the slide presentation held a lot of important details not included in the written report, so some of this prepared remark could seem a little off track, but our main points have also been mentioned by board members, so maybe we're not that far off. Our request is meant to make this annual exercise more meaningful and useful to the public, like us. We believe it would be helpful to prioritize the various items included in your regulatory work plan. Such a prioritization, even though this is called a prioritization, better prioritization would assist in allocating the Water Board's internal resources and would also signal to stakeholders and the public what particular issues are of most importance from a regulatory standpoint. As presented, the item doesn't include any such internal prioritization. Rather, it is more of a comprehensive list. And it is a very ambitious list. It seems to us that quite a few of the priorities on the list have reappeared from prior years. which suggests the list includes more items than the resources of time and staff can actually accomplish. We noted that some items on the list have missed deadlines set for you by external parties, as you've noted, such as the state legislature or the EPA, US EPA. So it can't be the case that everything on the list absolutely must be completed in a given year. We think the public would benefit from greater transparency regarding ongoing work that was initiated in prior years. The report seems to give everything on the list equal priority. If this were the case, how would you direct your resources? We just believe that everyone would benefit from a more defined prioritization process with a comparison of relative risk or benefit that would indicate which of these items deserve the most immediate attention and resources. On the items not driven by external requirements, ideally DDW would coordinate with the WEHA on developing drinking water priorities, so this would be more of a joint prioritization process, and such a joint process conforms to the regulatory process in place. The process should address emerging contaminants, so we have a better idea of their relative importance in your future plans. Last but not least, we believe it is important for the prioritization process to include a fiscal component. We would like to see DDW address growing demands for financial assistance, particularly for small water systems in disadvantaged communities, as systems attempt to comply with the requirements that result from these regulatory actions. In addition, we recommend that the Water Board revise its metrics on affordability and drinking water regulation, as we have explained to 3 of the board members and 2 of your top staff members. And we will be happy to share our study on affordability of Chrome 6 treatment across all system sizes with anyone else who wants to listen. As kind of an analogy, when you eat dinner at a good restaurant, you might think that everything on the menu would be delicious. But practicality and good sense restrains the impulse to order everything because you would not be able to eat it all. And besides, it would cost too much. So we just suggest taking the same kind of approach here. Thank you, board members, for your time, and we would love to hear or be engaged in more of the discussion that your discussion at the dais indicates.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. Appreciate those comments and always the engagement here across it. As you heard here at the dais, I think we are continuing to want to better understand, you know, how do we articulate risk? How do we prioritize here amongst work? And I think there is certainly some prioritization there. You certainly heard Mr. Polhamus talk about how Chrome 6 is really all folks are going to be focused on until we can get that across amongst it. But I do appreciate the feedback there amongst it. And again, there is an opportunity here. I know there will be continued in-depth conversation, not just at the dais, but with folks in the division around how do we continue to do best by communicating the risk appropriately and here prioritizing across what is, yeah, as you said, I know, and we all know, you know, quite a bit of a workload. And yes, at this point, you know, all of these projects are all multi-year. And not unlike just in the division of drinking water, but writ large, you know, always we're not over-resourced. So being able to do everything all the time is not an option. And so, yeah, appreciate the feedback there, Mr. Worley. Thank you. Mr. Wilhannis, or
I was just going to add,
Firestone, please.
I was just going to add that one of the things to make sure you saw, Tim, is that you know, the actual work plan, that timeline, I don't know what to call it, Gantt chart.
At the end, yep.
At the end, because I think that is where, to me, when I look at this big list of work, a huge list of work, it seems like overwhelming. And that's true. We, you know, not, as the chair just said, like some of these especially are really big multi-year packages. Some of them are relatively quick. And so I thought I really appreciate that staff provided that, because I think that makes it a lot more concrete about what to expect when. And of course, deadlines slip, unfortunately, for us all in life, and especially in, you know, in these big processes. And, you know, there's reasons that's necessary sometimes, but I thought that was a really helpful thing that you all provided and is a lot more concrete than just sort of an overall list. So wanted to make sure you saw that.
Yeah, thank you for that, board member. And Mr. Worley, as you said, you may not have seen that before. And so I would recommend that we actually have that up on our website somewhere, just so that folks can access
He's got it.
Yeah.
And I will say that this is probably the most presented presentation because we give it again at AWWA meetings, we give it at Aqua, we get requested to give it all over the state. Or one of Melissa's staff or Melissa herself, someone will give it probably 2 or 3 times this year. So it does get fed into that. And thank you, Board Member Firestone. Melissa this year and I both realized that we put this time chart on the back each year. We've done this. And in looking back at it, one of our lessons learned was we were overly ambitious on what we were going to accomplish each year. And we did scale it back this year to be much more focused so that it's clear that this is the much more likely outcome. We're taking the don't overpromise, but over deliver instead of the way we were doing it before. So I think it is a little bit more helpful. But that's part of our learning what our capacities really are, and we'll keep adjusting as we definitely understand that. And I just would say too, we do, I think, as some of the board members mentioned, try to signal several years ahead. Nothing in drinking water treatment happens overnight. No one's going to put in a treatment system, and we all, as a community, should be thinking multi-years out, at least probably even a decade out, as to what is going to be headed our way. That's the time frame of both creating financing and contemplating what it's going to be. And so it's always a bit difficult to read all of those things, but we can definitely talk about the things that are on our mind here. And so hopefully that's beneficial.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate, I know, all that engagement. Yeah, it isn't a game of gotcha on all of this. We are really trying to help folks succeed and just have conversations at timescales and at points in engagement that are appropriate for folks, and do our best to articulate when people can plug into a lot of decision making here all spelled out. So just thank you. Seeing nothing further from my colleagues, I think we're prepared for a motion. Staff to adopt.
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Chair Diadamo, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries. It's unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Bulhamus. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Worley, for your comments and everyone's engagement on this. That now brings us to our last 2 items of this board meeting. Item number 5, which is our board member reports. Looking to any colleagues, if they have anything. I think I may not have much because I haven't been traveling. So, Board Member Morgan.
Yeah, I'll just keep it simple. I spent last Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, April 27th, 28th, and 29th in the Central Valley, just learning more just about the Valley and talking to multiple stakeholders and community members.
Vice Chair.
Okay, so last week I went to San Diego and was the keynote speaker for San Diego's integrated regional water management plan. Their group of about 40 organizations that are involved, and it was great to be able to see how easy it is for them to connect the dots to the water supply strategy. In particular with water recycling, desal. And I was just talked with the chair about this after I participated in the event. I stayed on afterwards and sat in on a couple of panels, and one of them was just really interesting because it involves safe drinking water and racial equity and tribal engagement. And I felt like I was here listening to our staff. It was great because here they are putting it into work, and it was just a great opportunity. Makes you see how good things travel, throughout the state. And then this morning I was late because I spoke to, which is something I do every year, Cal Poly's Ag Leadership Group. And I stayed longer than expected because they had so many questions, and I was so impressed with the group. I thought, did I make a mistake? These aren't undergrads. These must be master students. And then I asked the question. They said, no, they were undergrads. They were just really, really well informed, asked a lot of questions about groundwater recharge, about water rights, about Sigma. They were really well informed. And so it was just really heartening. And I, of course, used it as an opportunity to talk about, the changing face of agriculture. And this group is really diverse and, comes from all areas of the state, not just the Central Valley and the Central Coast. So really impressive.
Fantastic, very rewarding on all fronts there. And just thank you both for that. Let's see, what did I on the 22nd, was part of the Water Education Foundation's Water Leaders Cohort lunch that they had. They had a day, a couple speakers come through. It was a really great opportunity, not unlike Vice Chair, this engagement with students there, here, just being able to just take a lot of questions and know that folks are really tracking all of this work. And it is in holding us accountable to the discussions that are happening. Folks have a lot of ideas out there, and it's really refreshing and here rewarding for me to be able to take a step back, reflect on the work, do my best to try to connect the things that I'm seeing, but importantly to listen to what folks are hearing, are seeing, and want to provide as feedback. It was a really great opportunity. I just thank Jen Bowles for the opportunity to do that. The next event that I'll just flag was on the 26th, was the California Tribal Nations Summit. Was glad to be able to participate there in the morning. I know Secretary Garcia was able to be there in the afternoon. Governor Newsom spoke in the afternoon, the first partner in the morning. It was great to see just really broad attendance by the state agencies, and importantly, from the federally recognized tribes there in the room. There was a lot of honest discussion, continues to be. I appreciate that the governor, he made it a priority that first year of his term, first term, where apologizing for the genocide, for the history that California Indigenous and Native tribes have experienced for the first time. The apology, that is, was really, it set the tone for this administration. I was fortunate in Senator Boxer's office to have worked with tribes in DC in my time working for her. So I just, the space, the honesty of the engagement and the discussion, and importantly, discussing how it is that our programs, how it is that our decision-making can help heal and reconcile what is an incredibly tragic history, I think is, I just really appreciated that space and time. And I think that's the only other thing I was going to mention. Board Member McGuire.
I have nothing to report.
I joined Board Member Morgan on a tour and meeting with the Thule GSAs and landowners, and it was super helpful. Got to see the Bryant Kern Canal under construction, and where you can see it's the first time I've been able to really see subsidence. Like you see the current canal, and then you see right next to it, far above where the new canal is built. And it's the first time you can, for me, usually it's hard to really see subsidence. And so that made it very real. And I was also able to meet with a number of stakeholders while I was down there related to safe drinking water in Tulare County and efforts to try and get safe drinking water more reliably in northern Tulare County communities. So I think those are the main things I wanted to highlight.
Thank you so much, Board Member. That concludes Board Member reports, brings us to the Executive Director's report. We have lost our Executive Director. He had to attend a meeting. He said there was nothing that he was going to bring up, but if there are things that we want to bring up in his absence and make sure to follow up, by all means. Board Member Firestone, rather.
Sorry, I just thought I'd call out, and I've shared this with other people, but the drinking water and wastewater arrearages was reported in there. So wanted to share that information. Really great news on that in terms of the amount of money that got out. And I think we knew the numbers were good, but it was great to see those final numbers there. And just otherwise, there's a lot of super valuable information about great work going on. So appreciate, I thought this one was particularly helpful. And then I also believe will be in the April executive director's report, I think is when we'll get an update on the Ag 4.0 work that the Central Coast is doing. So just wanted to put a plug in since I know those came up.
If I can add to that, I would just like to just say, I saw those numbers. I would want to appreciate the level of detail that was provided there and elsewhere in the report. It was really helpful.
You're here. Thank you both. Vice Chair.
This was really, Board Member McGuire, I'll just maybe flag this issue that we worked on earlier this week, and please jump in. But I was able to tag along into a couple of discussions this week regarding groundwater recharge. And one of the things that Board Member McGuire and I discovered is that a lot of those permits that have been approved, the temporary permits, haven't been able to, the parties haven't been able to divert a good amount of the water. And so there's a variety of reasons why. Lack of infrastructure, for example, inability to place them on the lands that, they thought they were going to be able to target because of water quality issues or the ground was already saturated. But one of the things that came up in the discussion and that we had with Mr. Ekdahl and others is just the need to be able to get that information and provide it so that we're all more fully aware as we're talking about these projects and the potential, and also in the event that if the numbers play out, that it's they're not able to divert as much as they thought. That might help to tee up the discussions for requests for funding for bond and that sort of thing, general fund dollars. Anything else you want to add to it?
I think you summarized it well. And this is just a really reflection and learning opportunity. These wet years don't come around, but whenever they do. And so being able to take advantage of that is, I think, very important to, especially the GSAs that are trying to implement their plans and others who are just trying to make ends meet. So it was a good discussion. I think, some more clarity about what was actually recharged is going to be important for us to all have that information.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I know our folks, Eric Ekdahl, everyone in the program has been having a lot of discussion, obviously, on project-specific approvals, but trying to do lessons learned and knowing that, last year was the first, real uptick that we saw. Well, there wasn't a hydrology that supported that sort of diversion in the prior years, but a real uptick since the 2017 streamline options that we created for temporary recharge. And so, I appreciate that there's the board member interest. I know in the program itself, there's that interest in and elevating it, I think, is worth it. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and there's a section in the executive director's report. So I'll follow up with Mr. Oppenheimer, but it just doesn't have the level of detail that, maybe it could. And so just, more information to spur additional conversations about this.
Yeah. And I know, especially because on some of those applications, folks had identified dairylands to be able to recharge on. And so real good reasons why maybe, people might be coming to board members with concern that they're not diverting as much as they like. But yeah, glad to make sure we put even more in the executive director's report so everyone can follow along as well. Thank you. We appreciate it. And that concludes item number 6. We will not have a closed session, so this actually brings us to the end of our board meeting. Our next board meeting will be on March 19th. Until then, thank you, everyone. Today was a great discussion, productive. Look forward to seeing you all in 2 weeks. Be well. This meeting is adjourned.